Meeting of the Architectural Review Board of the City of Palo Alto. Jody, would you please call the roll?
Yes, good morning. Chair Firth,
Here.
Vice Chair Balte,
Present.
Board Member Liu,
Present.
Board Member Hirsch, and Board Member Thompson.
Present.
Thank you, all present.
Thank you. The first item on our agenda is oral communications. This is a time to speak to us about items that are not on today's agenda. I don't have any speaker cards. Is there anybody who wishes to address us on a matter not on the agenda? Seeing no one, agenda changes, additions, and deletions. Staff is indicating they have no requests. Board members have no requests. City official reports, please.
Yes, we're just on the schedule here. We show that Board Member Balte would be out on 6/20, and Board Member Thompson would be out on July 18th. So just let me know if there's any other vacations beyond that. Yes, microphone?
Your microphone's not on.
I am out on the 20th, I think, too.
Okay, so Board Member Hirsch will be out on the 20th as well? Okay. And then we have canceled the July 4th meeting.
And I will be out I will have resigned before the August meeting. So I have resigned effective July 30th, so that will be my last meeting.
Yes, July 18th we have as your last
Right.
meeting.
And at the moment, it's getting quite close, so can we pretty much think we're not going to have a second meeting in July, that we just have that one?
Yes, I believe we'll just have the one.
Cool. Not that we don't love it. We obviously wouldn't do it otherwise. So on June 20th, the agenda items are the Macy's men's redevelopment. That is Wilkes Bashford and Restoration Hardware.
Correct. Correct.
Okay, so that's a big project.
Yes, and this is its first formal. It's had a prelim, but this would be the first formal. And so we're going to try and focus on the site plan for that.
Excellent. And then 3,000 El Camino Real, the Palo Alto Square Master Sign Program.
Correct. Just a fair amount of signs for that
Those
property.
are the high-rise buildings in the theater?
Yes.
All right. Any other comments from anybody on the board before we turn to our next item? It's a new personal record. I remembered all of those items. All right. Action items. Our first public hearing of the two that we'll have today concerns 1700 and 1730 Embarcadero Road, otherwise known as the Mings site. This is a request for approval of site and design review and design enhancement exception to allow the demolition of an existing 18,000 square foot vacant restaurant building and 15,700 square foot Audi service building, and the construction of a two-story, 85,000 square foot automobile dealership that combines Mercedes and Audi. The applicant has also requested a zoning amendment to change zoning of the site from CSD and PC, Planned Community and Obsolete Zone, to CSD AD, I'll let you all, ADs for auto dealership, and design enhancement exception for a build-to-line setback. Environmental assessment is a mitigated negative deck, which is fairly complex. The public comment period on that formally closed on April 22nd. And I'm sure staff will tell us about previous reviews of this site. If we could hear, first, before we do that though, has anybody discussed, first of all, have we all visited the site?
Yes.
Yes.
I have, yes. Yes.
And I have as well. Yes. Oh, I should also note that the planners' names are reversed on our two items today. It will not be Emily Foley presenting this, it will be Sheldon Singh. Sheldon Singh. And does anybody have any communications or discussions concerning this project to report? Ozma?
Yeah, I spoke with Jeff Levinsky and Karen Holman about their opinions on the project. Jeff Levinsky emailed all of us a report, and so it was just explaining the report. And yeah, my discussions with Karen Holman were also about his report and then other opinions on the project.
Thank you.
I just want to disclose that I did additional research with regards to the bike path option that we have before us. And so I did research on using, it's called the Strava heat map. So it basically is a privately held GPS tracking company, and they track cyclists and runners' movements. And so I did look at that to see where people were going. And it was actually fairly useful. It did show that bicyclists are using that area very differently than the runners. And so I think that that the proposed bike path is actually for both. And so I think we should actually consider it, factor that in.
Okay, so that's for the applicant to hear that we've had this additional data on bicycle and runner traffic you may wish to address. What's the name of this database you looked at?
It's called Strava, and they have a thing called the heat map, and it's
this
available.
is the one that revealed the location of secret military bases because there are all these guys running, wearing the...
Yes. And it's publicly accessible on their website.
It is available.
So did you find that a lot of
Well,
bicycle...
let's not discuss it until we get to the hearing.
All right, we'll wait to hear.
I'd like to disclose that I met with 2 members of the public who expressed concern about compatibility with the Baylands Design Guideline and pointed out some calculation issues regarding the FAR calculation of the proposed project.
And David?
Nothing.
And I also did some additional research. I mean, technically, it was just reading city documents. So I took a look at the City of Palo Alto sea level rise adaptation policy recommendations adopted by the City Council on March 18th, 2019, and the many, many, many documents that it links to concerning projections of sea level rise in this area over the next 20 to 30 to 40 years. And that we've raised that, I have raised that question and concern before, so I think the applicant was well aware of that, and staff too. All right, after all that, Sheldon.
Yes, thank you for the introduction. Sheldon Ossing, contract planner. We do have a PowerPoint presentation today. There's a lot of information I'll try to distill for you, but also available for questions. The applicant is also here with a presentation. They also have a video.
Oh, Sheldon, and one thing I wanted to say, this is a complicated project, and don't rush. We need to absorb what you're saying.
It's one of the first times I actually heard that from people not to rush.
Well,
So I will take my time. Thank you.
thank you.
So the project overview, it's approximately a 4.82 acre site. It's not only just the Ming's property, it's also the Audi property. So there are 2 separate properties. That's something to remember. They're maintaining those properties, 1700 and 1730 Embarcadero. The request would be for a zoning amendment for the PC property to go to CS with a D overlay and an AD overlay.
Could you explain what those are?
The
What
D is a
and A?
site and design combining district, and those are in places where there's ecologically sensitive, so it'd be like in the hillside, or in this case, in the Baylands. So there's a separate criteria findings for that. The other portion is the Ming site is presently zoned CS with the D, does not include the AD. For some reason, all the other properties in the area include the AD, but at the time when the hotel, and I'll go through that a little bit, hotel was evaluated, that AD overlay was not considered.
So there's no auto dealership overlay.
That's correct.
Thank you.
So that's part of the zoning amendment. So then you have the site design review, and that takes into account the special findings for being adjacent to the Baylands. We had to go through the planning commission, and I'll mention a little bit about that meeting. And then there's the design enhancement exception, and that is for the build-to line setback, because that is a requirement of the CS district. The other component that was a part previously was the urban, the tree canopy for parking lot shading. That's been removed and withdrawn because the project now complies with that requirement, so it's no longer needed. So a little bit of background for the 1730 Embarcadero. This is the existing Audi site. It has a PC, which is the planned community, 4846, and there's a previous PC number on there that established the original dealership back in the 70s. It was updated to include actually the AD provisions. So that was a few years ago. So all of the auto dealerships that had PCs on them were updated with the AD provisions, including this one. So it does include a new showroom that was done a few years now, maybe just 3 years ago, that was completed. They actually had a more broader, extensive plan for the site. They only built the showroom component of that. That includes about a 19-foot setback and has a 21-foot ceiling. And why that's important is because under the AD overlay or combining district, showrooms have a max of 20 feet height. So that ends up being a non-conforming situation. I think to rectify that is to drop the ceiling to comply. That would be our recommendation. And we mentioned this in the last meeting. We probably just didn't get a lot of traction with all the other things that are going on. Then the background for the 1700 Embarcadero, the Ming site, as mentioned, it's a CS with D. It's an existing former restaurant. It's been vacant now for a while. It's a two-story building with a large parking lot. There are a number of trees in the parking lot. There's a big setback along Bayshore, primarily because there are these PG&E overhead lines. There was a approved plan for a hotel that never went through, so then the property got sold. There was a attempt to place a dealership on that property. And this is the site plan for that. The showroom was oriented towards Bayshore. Deliveries were along Embarcadero, so kind of similar what we're seeing now. The building had a 50-foot height. There were some concerns when we got to the council about compatibility with the surroundings. It was too tall. Wanted to evaluate the floor area ratio, FAR bore, bird-safe windows, looking at transit demand management. The landscaping was maybe appropriate for the area. There are also some cost implications of the intersection improvements. That project was around 62,000 square feet. So by comparison, the building that's on that site now is approximately 55,000 square feet.
Sorry, could you say those numbers again?
So the proposal that went to the council was 62,000 square feet. And the building that's proposed on that site, because remember, they're two separate sites, so they're calculated differently, is around 55,000 square feet per the city's gross floor area. I'm sorry. Oh, so I mean, the math is about 7,000 square feet less. So this area shows a little bit of the site context, the proximity to US 101. You can't see the site just based on some of the vegetation and the elevation changes from 101. You come off of the off-ramp there, kind of come down, then you start seeing the site, and that's in your packet. There's some people that say this is the gateway. It's not officially a gateway in the comprehensive plan. But nonetheless, it is a visible site because it is at an intersection, a major intersection for the city. Surrounding that, you have the airport in the distance. You've got some kind of large buildings with big setbacks, and those are characteristic of the zoning, which is the ROLM, and that's the light manufacturing district. You have two car dealerships, including the Audi, so you have the Honda next door. Then you have the golf driving range, and the Baylands are immediately adjacent to the Audi site, and that is visible from the trail. So the view from that trail of the rear of the Audi site, there are eucalyptus trees that are there now on the site. Those are to be removed and replaced with big leaf maple and valley oaks, and those are regional type of plantings rather than the eucalyptus, which isn't. And I have a simulation of what that'll look like later on. As I mentioned, the project did go to the Planning Commission. They went on March 27th. And there were a lot of discussion about the appropriateness of the use and the zoning, and that's part of what the Planning Commission looks at, those legislative actions. They did add a condition regarding migratory birds and replacement of mature trees, and those are included in the condition of approval. They did not want to see the removal of the trees for the bicycle path. And I have a few slides to kind of mention that, but that is definitely a trade-off on this project, is you have those trees that are along Bay Shore, they are mature. They provide some canopy there. However, if you remove those trees, you replace them, you can't have any trees or structures that are over 15 feet because of the overhead lines. And PG&E could come in at any time and really lop those existing trees if they wanted to, just to maintain it. There was another condition added for lighting regarding lighting levels in comparison to existing conditions. The applicant did come back with a pretty robust lighting study, and we can talk more about that in a bit. As I mentioned, they talked about the appropriateness of the use of the area. They were concerned about the site being zone CS and a hotel. That didn't go through. So now we have this dealership. What happens if a dealership doesn't work out? They just wanted to get a little better understanding of the use of that site. And of course, there were comments about the compatibility with the Baylands. Now, the last meeting that we were here, April 4th, there were a number of things, that the board had concerns about and the public had concerns about. I was concerned about the car wash noise. The car wash is an ancillary operation of the facility that would be used for, my understanding, of washing cars that may be displayed outside, or cars that are serviced, maybe it's part of the service that they offer. And the car wash is exterior. It's located along the property line, which is adjacent to the neighboring property, and the neighbor has some concerns about the car wash noise. So in response to that, the applicant on their own came up with an acoustical report. They had some recommendations on top of already the mitigation measures that we proposed. And part of that was to extend the wall at the entrance and the exit of the car wash. These are solid walls that would be extended out. In addition to that, adding automatic closing doors. So when there's one car that's being washed on the inside, both doors are closed, and then one would open up as you exit. And that was found to reduce the noise of the car wash to acceptable level. There were concerns about lighting, obviously, with the Baylands being adjacent. Lighting is a very sensitive issue for habitat. And the applicant proposed a very specific directional lighting and program lighting control system to adjust those lighting levels in those critical periods of the day. There were issues about street elevations to address more of a commercial aspect. The rear should address more of the Baylands. And you can see in the revised drawings, and I'll go through those, that they included more screening. That was a suggestion that staff had on the building. They planted a lot more plants. They now have a net of, I'm just counting the shade trees, a net of 12 additional trees, and they have a lot more ornamental types of trees as well. The building includes more glass. The parapets to the parking deck include some fiberglass, so that reduces the mass of the building. The colors is, though they maintain their branding, but we believe and look forward to the direction from the board that what they chosen was purposeful. Then there was integration of the bike path, and I said this is really a big trade-off here. If you keep the trees, the only way to put a bike path is to put the bike path on their property. So that's really the only way to have that. You can't do it as proposed because you have to. The trees are in the way. They kind of straddle the property line as well as somewhere in the city's right of way. The bike path does go over the property line. I have exhibits about that. And then also provide better renderings, and those have been included in your packet. And the applicant will go through a lot more of those. So in summary, to reiterate again, the properties will remain separate. The service drive really forms a break between the buildings there at the property line, and that upper floor of the building is set back at that point of where the buildings are close to each other. The major constraint for the site is the 80-foot easement along Bay Shore. I mentioned that no structure is permitted there. It's an above-grade easement, it's a below-grade easement. Vegetation can't be taller than 15 feet, or structures can't be taller than 15 feet. So that's a major constraint, and that's why you see a lot of those ornamental types of plantings in that area. They're adding western redbuds there. And those are the most appropriate, probably height. There may be some other ones that the applicant be open to suggestions for. The buildings are designed in such a way that there will be some crossover. The service drive can be shared amongst the two buildings, and that'll depend on how they want to integrate those services. The site, you can drive around the site, around the perimeter. The plans do include a kind of a traffic layout of how they would achieve that. The project, the base flood elevation for the site is 10.5 feet. And they have to raise the site by 1 foot, so the finished building elevation will be at 11.5 feet. The car wash does not have to be in that same range, so that's the one exception, but the site will be built up. It's just a little bit of comparison. I'll let the applicant maybe go more into it of what they've done, but they've added some more glass. They've changed some of the thickness of the horizontal elements, some of the coloring. But in the renderings, you can see sort of what they did there. In the one that went for the board in April had a very muted color, kind of tannish, and I think some of the comments were to make it more like a commercial building. It is a commercial building. So what they did was they opened up that corner with some glass, and you can now see the stackers better. There's some louvers that were added to the side along Bay Shore. And then you can see here some of the plantings. And those, as you know, in renderings, they can turn those on or off, and it's kind of hard sometimes when you have the landscaping, you can't see the building. And there's a difference between the showroom of the Mercedes. You can see that the horizontal roof element above the showroom is thicker. That was a comment from the board previously. They've responded to that. And then I think maybe a function of the rendering being better, you can see the variation of the landscaping there. And they try to take cues from the eye clinic across the street from Bay Shore. And this is along Bay Shore here. You can see some of the changes that they've done. They've added those screening louvers to towards the front of the building along Bay Shore, towards the Embarcadero, and then that transitions once you get past the stairwell element. That transitions to the louvers being screening with plant material on it. It's more of a integration towards the bayland. And this is the rendering that shows the landscaping tree layer being turned off, so just so you know that. And this is from the rear of the Audi looking at the Mercedes. To the left, just kind of behind it would be where the car wash would be located. And you can see here what those screenings would look like on the buildings. And then you also see some of that fiberglass that's being used for the parapet there. So you can see how that breaks up the mass, and then below those fiberglass screening parapets would be some additional planters. Those were originally on the other submittal. So we feel like they've made a good attempt at integrating with the baylands with landscape material on the building. And this is strictly from the rear. They're looking at the Audi building and what they've done there. You can see the screening. You can see the car wash building to the left beyond the I believe that's an enclosure for the backup generator. And then just to go over some of the site issues, the Audi site is adjacent to baylands. That's obviously a big concern. The Mercedes site is buffered by the Audi site as well as the adjacent buildings, so there's no direct interaction with the baylands preserve as the Audi site. There's a lot of attention that was made to adding more landscaping back there, and I said you have the big leaf maple, you've got the oak trees back there. Those are replacements of the eucalyptus trees. There's the 80-foot utility easement that I mentioned. The height limit is 50 feet, and that is a combination. I'll try to step back a little bit. The CS district has a height limit of 50 feet. The AD overlay also would allow building sites to go up to 50 feet. So while the rest of the area has an ROLM, and in comparison, they do have an AD combined district, their floor area is 0.3 FAR. The base for AD is 0.4. So if you're going to have a dealership building, you already have a bump up. Then there's, for the AD, you also have the inclusion of the showroom bonus of 0.2. So if you're going to, so again, looking at this, if you're going to have a dealership, you're going to have a bigger building than the rest of the buildings out there. The height limit for ROLM is 35 feet. The AD allows you to have a 50-foot height limit. There's no build-to line setback for ROLM. There are no context design-based criteria for ROLM. So with the CS that they are proposing and maintaining, you have a little more findings in there to get a better-looking building. So just let you know, there are the trade-offs there. Whether it's ROLM or the CS with the AD, they could propose what they're proposing out there. They have to have the design enhancement exception for the build-to setback, but essentially they can design what they're proposing. Now with the bicycle path, there is a gap in the former bicycle lane path along the frontage of the project to the Gang Road Trail. We had suggested early on to bridge this gap somehow. We thought maybe they could do something on site. In discussions with them, they found that that was problematic because of some security, having people on their site. We did provide an alternative to have that go along the street. So you can see this is one of the major constraints at the intersection is the tower, the utility pole, the number of utility boxes that are out there. And then you can see here where the trees are and the height. They're obviously over 15 feet. So what they did in this round, this iteration, was the trees are gone. The existing trees are gone. Like, as I mentioned, that's the only way to put this design that straddles the property line. In this scenario, they maintained the number of trees, plus they added some additional trees. But they are smaller trees, they're ornamental trees. They're the western redbuds. But those are compliant with the PG&E requirements. What you do have is an 8-foot path and a 2-foot shoulder with a 5 to 10-foot planter strip in places. And this is something that we run by our transportation department, and they are supportive of that. As I mentioned, there's a design enhancement exception. The build-to line just simply can't comply with that along Bayshore with the easement. They could comply along Embarcadero, but as we have described in detail in the past, that there's better on-site circulation with the larger setback along Embarcadero. As I mentioned, the parking lot tree canopy is no longer an issue because of the added trees. I do want to mention with respect to the design enhancement exception was brought before the meeting to my attention that we're missing a couple of findings, so we need to, if there's a recommendation here, we'll need to include those 2 findings with your motion. Thank you. Then we have the Baylands master plan. It's a big component. They have design guide in there talking about the use only muted natural colors, choose materials and finishes that will not weather, preserve the horizon line with low horizontal elements, mount fences and enclosures, reduce the size of heights of signs, and design for practicality. And then I provide this picture of one of the examples in the regulatory documents that shows this is a good example of a building. So here this project uses some muted colors, a lot of glass, some roof elements, and I think if you look at the Mercedes project, we believe that there's some complementarity there going on. Is this building, the eye clinic, a horizontal building? You know, it's got a small footprint, but it looks like it's taller than 1 story. The project site, now typically in a dealership, you would have a smaller building, and then you would have a sea of parking around it. And I think some would say that that's a negative aspect of car dealerships. And I guess you could, and I'll go back maybe a couple slides here. I guess you could look at what the Ming site is today. You've got kind of a modest-sized building, a big parking lot, and you've got a bunch of Audi cars that are out there right now. So that's sort of an example, real-world mock-up of what your typical auto dealership would look like. So what they've done with this plan is they've integrated all that. They have very little surface parking for display, customer parking on surface. And they've internalized all that with parking structures that are exempted from floor area. And so yes, they do have a bigger building, but it's because they're putting all of the negative aspects of the dealership inside. The project does include bird-safe windows. I think the plans are very, very clear about that. We may have some questions more about that. They have addressed the lighting with the photometrics plan. They have a lighting control system. It sounds very sophisticated. If that needs to be adjusted throughout the operation, we can work with the dealership to do that. And the project does include landscaping that's, I think, very consistent with the Baylands and consistent with the newer development in that area, in particular with that buffer between the Audi site and the Baylands Preserve. So there was a mitigated negative declaration that was circulated between March 15th and April 22nd. We identified that there would be potential significant impacts to biological resources, cultural resources, geology and soils, noise and transportation. We received one comment letter regarding tree canopies, and we believe that with the revisions of the project that concern has been resolved. And so we do have the response to comments. Those are before you. There's a copy out at the table behind. Those are on the city's website. We did hear a number of public comment on this project. We heard about massing, we heard about FAR, height, noise, compatibility with the Baylands. And I think, as I mentioned previously, about the project will be a bigger building. I don't think you're going to get a one-story dealership anymore based on the economics. But we have to make sure that we are designing it in a way that's compatible, and I think that's why we're here today. But these are all very valid comments for a project like this, and the AD district does allow for additional FAR. It exempts some floor area, allows for additional height, and that all equates to a bigger building. We don't use volume as a measure. We use strictly floor area. And in areas where we had to make interpretations because of the stacker, for instance, is a kind of a unique type of use of a floor area, then we did that. And if we need further direction on that, we're here to take that and then work with the applicant on that. So the next steps would be, with the ARB, to review the architecture, review design enhancement exception, have a recommendation to the city council, and the city council will review that. After discussion, public comment, you may decide as a majority to recommend approval with conditions. We know we want to have the additional design enhancement exception findings, or if you can't make the findings, then you want a forward recommendation of denial of the council. In any case, we just want to make sure the administrative record is very clear what those issues are. So with that, I conclude my presentation, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheldon. So just to be clear to us, usually we make recommendations to the Director of Community Development. In this case, because it's a site and design review, this project has gone to the Planning Commission, it's come to us, it will next go to the City Council, and that's for the site and design aspect of it. In addition, there's a zone change. Is that right?
That is correct.
And that concerns the Audi parcel.
The zone changes for both properties because the
Okay.
Mings does not have the AD.
Oh, Ming's is without the auto dealership designation, and the other one is still a planned community.
That's correct.
Audi is still a planned community. So
That's
both of them would be, Audi is already obviously an auto dealership designated property. Ming's is not.
That is correct.
Thank you.
And when the Ming site was a PC before the
Yes, I
hotel, and that's
remember the
why it
history.
doesn't, right, and that's why it doesn't have the,
That's why it's missing the
Yeah.
auto dealership. So this is an area that the city council thought would be, various city councils thought would be appropriate for auto dealerships. All right, questions of staff before we hear from the applicant and the public? Anybody?
Detail. Yes. A detailed question, Sheldon, about the height and FAR calculations. The height limit, is that measured from natural grade existing or some variation because of the floodplain?
So the height is taken from the finished grade that's adjacent to the wall. We don't measure it from the existing grade and penalize the site.
Wait a minute. Suppose, so if it's depressed, I mean, if it has to be, so even if they have to elevate the structures because of the floodplain, they don't get additional height? I mean, they don't get to measure, they measure from the new grade, new finished grade, right?
That's
Not
right,
the
finished grade,
existing.
not the existing grade.
Not the existing grade, the new improved grade.
That's correct.
And that's a foot higher than the existing grade in this case?
Yes.
So it's 1 foot above the
no,
existing?
it's much higher than that.
I don't think that's right.
There are sections in the drawings, in the civil drawings, that show more like 4.5 feet.
It's about 4.5 feet above existing grade.
Can you point that out? Because I looked at that this morning and it looks like just 1 foot.
I think it would be good to get this straight. One of our problems is we used to measure things from mean sea level, and now that's constantly changing.
So if you look in the packet, page C02.02, there are 6 sections that show
My glass.
existing grade versus the proposed grade. Right, and so it's taken from like Embarcadero and East Bay Shore and to the adjacent property line, the adjacent property on East Bay Shore, and also in back of the Audi dealership towards the Baylands, and then towards the Honda dealer. So, yeah, so it's all there.
So,
It is all there. Can you take one of those sections and explain to me what it's showing in terms of change?
Sure.
I see
So,
these dotted lines.
yeah, I know. So it's hard to read. I actually marked it up in color just to make it easier to read for myself. But basically, you're going to see the grade stay the same around the property lines,
Right.
and then it's going to slope up as much as 4.5 feet
Towards the building side.
towards the building. Yes.
so
So, and just to clarify that any building on this property would need to do this
The
sort of
same
padding
thing.
up to meet the flood regulations.
Yes, that's the point.
So my question, Sheldon, is where is the baseline for the height of the building measured? Is it from the finished floor elevation, FFE of 11.5, or from the BFE of 10.5, or you've already said it's not from the existing grade, but there seems to be about a 4-foot difference there. Why are we measuring that from the floor of the building?
sorry, can I make an extra comment? Because, so on C01.00, if you look at the existing grade, it shows the existing contour lines. And it's true that where the existing parking is lower, but if you look at where the base of the existing building is, that's being shown at 11 feet. And so it looks like they just extended that over so that they could keep the same floor. Because I think also the Audi dealership is at that.
Audi
level
dealer
as
side.
well.
I think the difference is that when you go to the Mings, you have to go up half a flight of stairs, right? And so this is, I think they're actually sort of raising more, I guess what I'm saying, they're raising, because the new building has a bigger footprint, they're raising more of the site.
But they're keeping the existing grade of the existing building.
So I think part of the reason that we have a question, I mean, there's 2 issues here that are of concern to us. Three. One is just trying to understand what we're reading.
What is the measure?
And the second one is trying to understand how this building and development respond to flood hazard. And the third one is trying to understand what people will perceive, because people don't perceive our formulas, they perceive the building as it's built. And so if the building pad is higher elevation than Bayshore, for example, they're going to perceive that difference. So how does the building pad, the finished grade from which you're going to measure, how does that compare with baseline? Bayshore. I know everybody else can read this.
Yeah, so your existing building is about 10.76, so just slightly above the base floor elevation. And they need to get a foot above 10.5, so that's where the 11.5 comes in. And the height is measured from the adjacent point of the wall to the grade. There's not a formula that says you need to be out a foot or 2 feet or 5 feet away and then take that measurement.
They're raising their pad all around the building as well, so it won't be this sudden pop-up.
So they're keeping this elevation.
On the other hand, that pad is 3 to 4 feet higher than the sidewalk. Is that about right? They're nodding out there. We'll let them address that issue later. They know this almost as well as my colleagues do.
So I was just hoping to have in the record that it seems like we're measuring the height of the building from essentially the finished floor of the main floor of the building, which is where the grade is just outside it. Is that right?
It's from on the outside, so it's not the floor, it's on the outside of the wall. That's the grade.
But that is the same as the inside in this case. Is that right?
It could be, yeah, that could be the case, yeah.
So we're assuming that the exterior grade is more or less flush with the floor
Yes.
around the perimeter of the building. Okay, the second question is, as I asked last time as well, about the car stackers and how we count them bulk versus volume. My understanding is that regardless of the height, the car stackers are counted once, sort of like the footprint of them, because they're not usable space inside. And I just want to understand if that's the largest footprint, so to speak, or just the part at one floor. How do you go about really understanding how you apply the FAR regulations to the car stackers?
And just to be clear on what our question is, I mean, we all understand that we did not write our codes thinking about the latest in technology, which is constantly evolving. But this particular stacker has a footprint at ground level, and it goes up and then it goes out. Is that right? Spread to a larger area on upper floors or not?
There is a cantilever portion towards the front.
It has a larger area on upper floors, larger footprint on the upper floors than on the ground floor.
Yes, one component of it.
Thank you. Now, go ahead and answer the question, sorry.
So, right, so in that case, it is kind of a new technology, and we made an interpretation of how to address that space, and we did it in such a way that we counted that as part of the one unit, the one floor that was being cantilevered over. It wasn't a separate floor. It didn't cause for additional gross floor area. So as I mentioned, that if that's the case, that maybe there's a different direction, then I think we're like to take that. And we did have conversations with the applicant in the past, and they'll have to adjust accordingly.
I'm just trying to understand. I mean, it's up to you to interpret the code, these kind of things, but the car stacker counts once towards floor area. Which floor counts once, the smallest or the biggest?
We counted the floor, and that's like 10,000, I mean, that's 10,000 square foot square,
The ground floor.
the ground floor.
Count that cantilever space.
And they have all the calcs in the packet,
Yeah.
right? On sheet ZA 102.
Okay, thank you, Sheldon.
And just one more question, Sheldon. I know this isn't the report, but it's so big. What code section were you interpreting when you did this? You can get back to me later on that.
You're asking about FAR?
The floor area calculation is based on,
Yeah, so it comes out of the definitions 1804.
I knew you'd know.
gross floor area. And this is, I was saying this last hearing that in the research park, we have many vaulted lobby spaces and things of that nature. So that's the sort of rationale that we're using.
Thank you.
And also the
Anything-
automotive overlay section has further clarifications on square footage. So it exempts, say, like the
20-foot.
covered passageway on the ground floor for cars. If it's not used for servicing, it's exempt. And that's also where they mentioned the 20-foot height limit for dealer
Right, so it's quite
showroom areas.
specialized.
It's very specific in the AD overlay.
Great. Any other questions of staff before we go to the public hearing?
Yeah, I had a question
I
about,
think they can pick you up on the mic.
it was sort of the pink and purple FAR calcs on sheet, sheet ZA 102. There's two vestibules that are shaded in the dark pink as dealership services, and I just wanted to double check that those are still dark pink or if those should be light pink. And that's kind of where the car, I think that's where it goes in to the little rotatey thing. Yeah.
You're talking about the two square areas, and they're, and I apologize, because I've seen like a lot of iterations of these plans, so just make sure we're looking at the same thing. And yours as purple, or is it as a pink?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if this is the latest or if there was, because I saw a different exhibit that was showing them as light pink, so I just want to confirm.
Yeah. Just, it should be pink.
It should be light pink?
Yes.
Okay.
What
These two vestibules.
should be colored differently? So this is sheet, so in sheet ZA 102, the exhibit, which colors different areas pink and purple, is in error, and the two vestibules to the right-hand side of the sheet that are adjacent to the pink area should be pink.
So they're considered showroom.
So they're showroom space. Okay. Could we hear from the applicant? Once you're set up, you have 10 minutes to proceed. And I should note that we have a materials board up here and a key to it.
So just to clarify, we were, this past week, kind of making some of the, there were duplicates in the sheets and the plans, and that's why you probably saw different pink or purple. But the ZA 100 summary sheet is an accurate depiction of what the floor area is.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, this is or isn't accurate?
This is inaccurate, but
But the other one is right. So the calculations are good. Thank you. Or accurate.
No, just the PowerPoint, if you will. See if we can do this. Ready, set, go.
You ready to go?
I am ready to go. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, staff. My name is Lyle Hudson. I am represent YSM Design. We are the project architect for.
And once again, we have to ask you to spell
Slow
your name
down.
for our transcriber, and feel
Okay.
free to speak slowly. If we need to extend your time, we will.
My name is Lyle Hudson. Lylehutson.
Thank you.
And I am the project architect representing YSM Design for the project in front of you today. Again, thank you very much, Madam Chair, board members, and staff. Again, staff has done an excellent job presenting this project. No way to do it in its entirety, and so I'm sure there's going to be plenty of questions, and I think we want to make sure that we get to all of your answers and all of the questions that you have. Separate from the presentation that Sheldon made, we have a little presentation maybe showing a little more graphically what this project is all about. You've seen this before, so I'm not going to be overly verbose about what the concept is here. This is an automotive facility that shares two separate projects. The Audi project is an existing showroom and service facility. The existing showroom was approved and built a few years ago under the zoning that was the AD that you've been reviewing. The service department back behind that abuts the Baylands was also going to be a separate phase in this that was never completed, and this project allows us the opportunity to complete that project as well as utilize the adjacent Ming site for a separate franchise. These are two separate franchises. They have one ownership group. They operate independently, yet they have some back of the house sharing of circulation only. They both have their own service departments, parts departments, refuge disposal. They do share the car wash in the back behind Audi, again, as well as circulation back behind. The challenge of this site certainly is first and foremost the location, and the easement that we have with PG&E, which is further compounded by a significant number of utilities, both private and public, in Embarcadero and the Bayshore street frontages and shared areas. So it's been a challenge from the very beginning to put together a project that has enough viability to make use of this land. The hotel was a huge proposal, didn't work, wasn't compatible, didn't make it through. The previous car dealership, similar, same manufacturer, but a different approach. We've approached this a little bit differently. Rather than have the vehicles out in front, we're taking advantage of technology and the opportunity to do something very unique here and further the automotive business and the way they sell and service automobiles. That's basically taken up with the interior car storage system, taking virtually all of the front line display and taking it inside. We have one vehicle display out on the front. In the frontage area, there are some areas outside the building that we would use for transition to drive cars in and out. Those could also be used maybe as some display, but essentially no car slots, no parking stalls, no city parking stalls are used for vehicle display, which is totally different than the Honda dealership or many others that you see. So we're trying to take advantage of the technology and a different way of selling cars. We're taking those cars off of the front. We're putting them inside. There's no need to wash those cars every day, as most dealerships do. So you've got hundreds of cars, and in literally this case, there are hundreds of cars on site that will be within the stacker, not out on the parking lot in order to display those. I won't go into the way the system works, but we've internalized that, and that also allows us to minimize the vehicle washing. We have a car wash on site. We can go through the sound mitigation measures and the location of that as needed. We did take into consideration the previous board comments very carefully and concisely, going through what our concerns or what your concerns were and trying to meld those two together. Sheldon did a very admirable job describing what we've done with regards to our materials and our finishes and our colors and our adaptation of the transition to the Baylands with the significant addition of the green screen louvers, both to the Bayshore side, the Audi side, and the rear of Audi and the rear of Mercedes. So whether there's a visual connection from the Baylands to the back of the dealership, there was some comment about being institutional back there. I think we've addressed that in addition to making that a transition from green to even greener in the Baylands. We did take into account some additional glazing in front and make this become the commercial project that we feel like it should be as it relates to the sales of automobiles. All glass is, has been described before, as bird-safe glass. We've committed to that 100% everywhere we have a glass in an effort to minimize that. I will talk just briefly about our lighting. That was a huge concern last time, and we have a full comprehensive package for the light levels, the mitigation of any lighting towards the Baylands, which is a significant number, way less than 1% or 1 foot candle, which we maintain. There's virtually no poles in the back behind Audi to facilitate lighting. We've eliminated any uplighting to the building, and in an effort to really try and keep the product, the vehicles, the significance and the visual aspect, and not the building itself. We're not highlighting the building with uplights or anything like that. Transitioning maybe to the bike path and the transit portion, there is you can see on the slide the yellow area, which is the bicycle bridge that goes over that goes across 101 and onto Bayshore, very close to where the Bayshore entrance is, and the bike path there. The proposal before you today still maintains the shared bicycle and pedestrian path that shares some of the private property and some of the public property along Bayshore and Embarcadero. The significance of that is that the existing trees need to be removed in order to provide the size path that's required by city traffic, and I'm assuming that that's an industry standard or a nationwide standard for when you have a combined path with pedestrians and bicycles. And you can see the same path basically in the Baylands itself. So it's similar to that in size that shares pedestrians and bicycles. It's not the bicycle path is for any bicycle, and it basically takes the cyclist going one way, which would be north on Bayshore, off of Bayshore, onto our property behind the drive aisle, across the front of Bayshore, around the power line pole or structure, if you will, across Embarcadero, and then back out onto the street once it passes the Audi dealership. So we're basically circumventing that portion for pedestrians and the bicycles. We're not making any judgment on that at all. We could be persuaded either way, but the presentation you have before you took into account considerable effort by staff to get us to a point where we could get bicycle traffic, I presume, off of Bayshore and Embarcadero on that right-hand turn. This shows the location. I think you've seen a number of times where we are in relationship to the Baylands. We back up, the Audi project backs up directly to the Baylands, and Mercedes does not yet. We've treated the back and the sides of both buildings similar to the point where we are hopefully setting a precedent for other projects and other developments that we can integrate the green with and habitat with the Baylands, even though we're not either directly adjacent or visible from. The existing site, a number of comments have been made, city public comments. We've talked about volume. There is no volume measurement as it relates to codes. That's just not the way it's calculated. Please pay particular attention to the fact that this is 2 projects. So the numbers maybe that have been reported are combined numbers and should be treated separately. So we are actually a smaller project than certainly the previous dealership, and certainly the hotel. The fact that we have taken some 300 cars off of the street and put them in between 250 and 300 cars, that would be, if you had city parking area with drive aisles, that's approximately 70 to 90,000 square feet of parking area that we're not using out in the street or in a parking structure. So I just want to make sure that that was reiterated. And you can see there's our massing study with the appropriate heights in our building and the adjacent buildings. And I think we very well complement the neighborhood and the transition from Embarcadero and Bayshore to the other commercial projects. You've seen this before. This is the sort of the massing elevation study between our building, which is 4 feet higher than the street elevation, because the street doesn't change. So we do have to make a transition to some 4.5 feet from the street on Embarcadero and Bayshore up to our project.
Excuse me, about how much more time do you think you would need?
I'm just going to go through this maybe 3 minutes.
Is the commission willing to, or is that acceptable to the board? It's my call. I say yes. So we'll
Okay.
give you, you're over by 1 minute, so why don't
Okay.
you try to wrap up in the
You have a
next 3
video
minutes.
too, by the way.
Yeah, site development, we've indicated before. Again, this is just a reiteration of the parking and traffic flow with the bicycle path and pedestrian path in blue in front. This is an illustrative plan with the provided landscape and buffers between vehicle areas. And again, these are all in your package, so I won't dwell on those. You have a material and color board in front of you with physical samples today. You can flip it over and see the, there's another board as well that has they're basically the same. You can just see what the materials and finishes are. There was a desire to have more illustrative renderings, and I'm going to go through those real quickly. This is the Audi. This is the front of Mercedes with the vegetation. This is without the trees, showing the redbud trees.
Could you do that one more time, please?
Ooh, good question.
Never mind.
It shows typically, so there's, thank you. So with and without, each one of these is showing with and without the proposed vegetation. It's kind of hard to see the building, but
That's fine.
again, as it's proposed
Worm's eye view.
from the corner of Embarcadero and Bayshore, and then removed. The corner removed. You can see we do have some cars that come out of those 3 doors. Those are our delivery vehicles, but there are no parking spaces devoted towards new cars. This is Bayshore. Pretty much obscures the building, the lower half. The back portion, you can look at these a little closer to see the proposed louvered screens. They're a green screen with plugged planting in between and irrigated. They don't come up from the bottom. Each one of those areas is plugged for the vegetation, and those occur some on Bayshore as we transition around to the back of Mercedes, along the back of Mercedes, and all along the back portion till we get to the rear portion of Audi. Audi has a different base color at the ground floor than Mercedes does. That's a corporate identity issue, but additional vegetation that we've added along with shade trees and along the back where the car wash is. And you can see without the trees. View from the Baylands before and view after. So we are absolutely trying to hide the back of the building from visibility, yet still meet the transition and the vegetation to allow. We're not just blocking it off, we're integrating the back of our building and the sides as well to the Baylands. Okay? Okay, yeah.
You will have time to respond again after we hear from the public. And let's ask our questions after we've heard from the public, shall we? So we have some public comment cards. First is Jeff Levinsky, to be followed by Karen Holman, and then Wayne Kumagai. Yes. To be followed by Don McDougall. We'll call you out again. Mr. Levinsky, you have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Good morning, board members. It's Jeff Levinsky, Jeff-Levinsky. I guess I'd like to talk about an issue that's already come up, which is the difference in size between this and the previous building proposal. As I put in my written comments, I believe this building is 51% larger in volume than what was proposed earlier. And the reason I'm using volume is because floor area is not a particularly good measure of how the public will experience the size of a building. First of all, as you know, about half of this building isn't even floor area. It's simply exempted from floor area, yet it's there. Parts of the building aren't being counted as floor area, although they should be counted as floor area. The ceiling height on some parts of this building is 40+ feet high. And if it were the case that everything but floor area were invisible, then that would be great, but it's all going to be visible to the public. The comment was made that we don't use volume to measure buildings, but the fact is that is how they're perceived. And by the way, in the code, it doesn't say you're supposed to only use floor area to look at the massing of a building. And we do talk about building envelope in various parts of our code, the building envelope being the three-dimensional outline of the building. And one of the rules we have is that when a building is grandfathered, it's not allowed to increase its building envelope. And that came up with a building right across the street from here, where even though the floor area was going to be the same, the council looked at it and said, no, its apparent volume is going to increase, and they turned that down. So the council and the public are sensitive, I believe, to these matters. I also have put in my comments on specific things about the showroom exemption, and you heard some staff remarks on that. The showroom exemption that was in the PC is not the same showroom exemption that is available if the sites get rezoned. So something that qualified under the old PC doesn't necessarily qualify for the showroom exemption under the new one. And finally, I think that this project has the potential to be a good one if the right design perspective is there. But as this stands, this will be the largest, most standout-ish building of its kind in the Baylands. There is nothing else like it in terms of the size of the building, and although they've, I think, taken it out of your staff report, in the previous staff report they claimed that it wasn't the largest, but we couldn't find any measure on which this wouldn't be the largest building around. So please keep that all in mind as you look at this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Levinsky. Karen Holman.
Good morning, and thank you. I concur with the comments of the prior speaker, and by far the biggest concern with this project is the mass and scale. In spite of that, we still don't have in the plan set context drawings, context photographs. Those still aren't provided. FAR is not the driver here, but the massing is. It's also an up to. Heights and FARs are up tos. They're not guaranteed, and especially in a sensitive setting like this in the Baylands. I also disagree with the staff report, which says that this is not a gateway technically. But I refer again to the Baylands Master Plan. Map L4 defines Embarcadero Road east of 101 as a scenic corridor and identifies the intersection of Embarcadero Road and East Bayshore as a gateway. That's clear there. Also, there were comments last time about how this isn't in the Baylands. It is. The guidelines talk about when reviewing or designing projects located in any part of the Baylands, the design principles and concepts should be applied in the service and commercial areas as well as any place else in the Baylands. 2300 East Bayshore started with a landscape plan, and that's what helped soften that project. This project isn't starting there. Another comment in the Baylands about this is scenic routes and gateways and the importance of that compatibility. This is not El Camino. This is going to be a destination. And I don't think anybody here is trying to stop there from being a Mercedes dealership there. But this is a destination. So I don't think there needs to be a big, showy building to attract people to it. It does not have a line of sight from 101. It doesn't have a line of sight along El Camino Real. So this building could be moderated to be much more compatible and fit into the Baylands. This is, because it's rezoning also, you all have, in my opinion, more than the regular amount of discretion. A rezoning is very much a discretionary action, so you could require the trees and to stay and the plan. Lighting and hours of operation are a big concern. The bollard lighting at the front are just hot spots of light. Even if you can't see the source of the lighting, it's still a hot spot of light, which is bad for migratory animals. The grade question has been raised. The large black tower, does it serve any purpose besides being a logo for the dealership? If there's monument sign in the front, that identifies, so when somebody gets there, they know this is the Mercedes dealership. Again, this is not a site that you're going to be attracted to because you're seeing it from 101 or El Camino. So what's the purpose of that tower? It's a large, large element. And taking cars off the street or off of a parking lot, I'll give you that, but it's a very large trade-off to then have a massive building where much of the space is not counted. So it's a trade-off. It's not necessarily the perfect solution to getting cars off the street or off a parking lot. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Wayne Kumagai, to be followed by, let's see, I've got the wrong one here. Where are they? Don McDougall. Good morning.
Good morning. When has a doctor appointment, he has to leave.
I'm sorry, you need to be a little closer to the microphone. It does adjust.
Yeah, he has a doctor appointment. He has to leave. He left. Yeah.
He had to leave earlier?
Yeah, he has a doctor appointment.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Is there anything, and your name is?
My name is Jin, J-I-N. Last name P.I. We are together. I'm the owner of the next adjacent building,
Yes.
2479 East Bayshore. I want to point out is in my building, most of our tenants are local residents. They are small business, accountant, no offices. Many tenants came to me to show their concern for the car wash noise. They told me the existing car wash facility already generates a lot of noise. So they say even the closer to our site, immediately adjacent, no setback at all. So they cannot afford that. So they consider I leave this space.
So you represent the party next to this property, and
Yes,
the
sir.
tenants include lawyers and small businesses.
Small business
And they have
accountant.
reported that the existing car wash
Car wash,
operations
yeah.
create noise that is a nuisance and a disturbance to them
Already, yes.
already, even when the doors are closed.
Yeah.
Is that what you were saying? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Don McDougall, to be followed by Terry Holtzber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Don McDougall, D-O-N-M-C-D-O-U-G-A-L-L.
Thank you.
I'm currently chairman of the Parks and Rec Commission, but I'm speaking on my own behalf, not on behalf of the commission. I'd like to comment that I think Mercedes and Lyle have done a very definite effort to accommodate the Baylands as neighbors. I think that their spirit has certainly been correct. If anything, I'm disappointed that the Parks and Rec Commission wasn't at some point recommended to be included in the conversation by either planning or ARB, since we are the neighbors and we are the stewards of the Baylands, and I'm sure that we could have participated in making this a much more optimized relationship for the city. I appreciate the replacement of trees and so on, but I think maybe it would have been useful if we'd been included in the discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sorry, Terry Holtzmer.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
I'm here today.
I'm sorry, I'm going to still have to ask you to spell your name.
Oh, okay, Holzmer. It's Holzemer.
And you spell Terry with a Y.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Sorry. I'm here today as a resident and as a regular user of the Baylands. This is something that I've loved about Palo Alto. It's something that I care deeply about, and I think many of our residents do. I oppose the current design of the project for several reasons. First of all, the building massing, which has already been described in much more detail than I'm going to describe it, but I believe it is one of the largest buildings in this immediate area and does not really fit in with the surrounding buildings at all. You're asking residents to, every time they visit the Baylands, to be presented with this massive car dealership standing at the gateway to what we consider to be one of the pristine and special areas of Palo Alto. I believe that this building, even though it has some benefits, I mean, I'm not against a car dealership at the location, but I do believe that this doesn't fit in with the surrounding community or with the general ideas of what this area means to Palo Altans. Again, I'd like to emphasize that I do believe this is a gateway to the Baylands, and this is a major environmental area to the citizens of Palo Altans. I'm just going to use one example. My wife and I regularly go out there and walk the paths. And one of the things we love about this area is that we feel once we step into the Baylands, we're in a new place. We're not in the urban society that is really around us, but we're in a different environment. And I think it does relieve some of the stresses of daily life that all of us face, the congestion, the traffic. And this has to be protected, and I mean in a special way. I think the gateway is something to be looked at, not just in terms of does it meet the definition of a gateway, but whether it truly fits in with the spirit of what this area means. Finally, I'll just mention environmentally, I think it's important that the lighting and the migratory birds be protected. I think that this is an important area that needs to be looked at very closely. And not only just the birds, but the other wildlife that live in the area. This needs to be looked at very closely in terms of lighting and just in traffic that people will come there too. So thank you.
Thank you. Shani? Shari? Shani. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Shani Kleinhaus. I'm the environmental advocate for Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society.
And I still have to ask you to spell your name again. We don't always have the same transcriber.
SHANI-KLEINHAUS.
Thank you.
And I have talked to Lyle about this project as a representative of the Audubon Society. He showed me a sample of the glass. I think the glass is a good selection. The UV on the building that already is there, UV doesn't work for most birds. A lot of the birds don't see it, so this etched glass is a better solution. I also want to say that he's been open to other suggestions. I asked for more enhancement of trees in the back towards the Baylands, and the response was we can put a few more potted plants in trees, small trees in the parking, but we can also contribute trees to the Baylands to put along the fence or somewhere else where it makes sense. So I'm going to meet with the staff later next week to discuss what kind of trees, and they offered to provide irrigation for those trees to actually create some enhancement, both visually and for the birds. I wanted to say that the conflict between trees and trails, the trails are winning and we're losing our urban forest, and that's a big deal for us. When we have, suddenly we have, and it's not only here, it's a lot of different places, not only in Palo Alto where, the transportation trumps the trees and the urban forest, and that's a big loss, and we're hemorrhaging trees. And I think that we really need to think about that applicants in general cannot just use say, we can only do one or the other. We find that to be very, very difficult because we see the losses. I have anything else here? And in terms of glass in general, I think minimizing glass in general, not only on this project, really is really important for heating and cooling and saving energy. With the American Association of Engineers, Cooling and Refrigeration Engineers say no more than 30%. You can get to 40%. Once you get beyond 40%, you cannot have a glazing that actually is sustainable. And we need to start thinking about it on any building that you're getting and has light for your feet. Just start minimizing glass. That's really, really important for sustainability and for, in my opinion, also aesthetics, but that's just, and it saves birds. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak? Do I have a card? Do I have a card from you? I'm with the project. Great. Okay, then I think we are ready to hear from the applicant again. So. And you have another 10 minutes, and you may pick whoever you wish to speak.
I am going to abdicate some of my time to my colleagues. Again, thank you very much. I just wanted to quickly comment on the, I got my notes here, on the kind of what was discussed here earlier. This destination project is correct. This is a destination dealership, but it also is going to be more than that. Once someone is at this location, they have opportunity for them to, while they wait for their car to be serviced or get introduced to maybe an area of Palo Alto that they haven't seen before. Along those lines, I will share that the dealership has begun a program with Audi to start with, since it's there now, similar to one they do in another location, where they provide bicycles to people having their car services or be able to rent those bicycles. They can use the Baylands, and if we can take loaner cars off the street for a few hours or a few days, it's a program that's been pretty successful. It's kind of a win-win. It frees up cars to the dealership, and it also provides an opportunity to use this. The similar project is in Colorado, and they back up to a wetlands as well. So this is a program that will be coming. It's already, it's not impacted by this project, but I wanted to share that with you, that this is going to be more than a destination, as was discussed. The height is below the required. The allowable height limit is 50 feet. We do have a couple of areas, and those are stair towers that are at 50 feet. The rest of them are down at 44. The comment about the black tower, that is a stair tower. We have to have towers, or excuse me, a stair that goes down to an exit directly to the outside, and that's essentially a function of that one and the other two stair towers. The car wash has been a continual discussion with our neighbors next door, and I think maybe there's some confusion in that the car wash that is there now is nothing more than a detail area where they spray wash cars, and it is not going to continue in this configuration. We are proposing an enclosed car wash that recirculates the water, captures the water that's used for the car wash. We have doors on the car wash that will be closed. It's automatic, so that the equipment will not operate unless the doors are closed. And once the equipment is finished operating, the doors open up and the car moves out. So we've effectively taken that down to between 55 and 65 decibels for our neighbors. And I might also share that the noise study that was done indicates that the ambient noise level in that back corner is now 55 decibels. So we're essentially about the same as what we what's the ambient noise coming from 101. So that's part of the larger package that staff has regarding the noise study. And then finally, I just wanted to say, yes, we did have some communications with Shani and the Audubon Society regarding habitat and opportunity. We've committed to providing some additional trees off-site if that's something that can be worked out within the city and the parks. And maybe that's not something that can happen, but if there's the opportunity to put some additional trees on the other side of the property, we're happy to commit to do that and provide irrigation. And with that, I want to turn that over to our landscape architect, because I think you'd like to comment on the concept.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the ARB. My name is Ken Puncerelli, Puncerelli, and I'm with LAI Design Group, and we are part of the team as landscape architects. Couple comments that I heard at our last hearing, and I'm going to run through them. There's about 10 of them. Number one was increase the quantity of native plants, more plants and trees, provide a better buffer to the baylands, provide trees and shrubs that are native and or regional and comply with the baylands, so essentially provide a nod to the baylands. Screen facilities from the baylands as well as our neighbors in the office building south and east of us. We want both the bike multi-purpose path and trees. We want to also buffer the bicycle and pedestrians from the dealership. And then we also want that to be a safe pathway for both bicyclists and pedestrians. And then also, with respect to scale of the building, wanted to see more transitions, more color versus all white, and some way to relate to pedestrian scale. And so a couple things that have come up here also include the massing. So I'm going to go through those one by one very quickly because I know there's a concern on time. So on our prior plan, we had 61 trees. This plan has 126. The existing Ming's property had 52 trees. And so if you look at the combined properties, Audi and Mercedes, in the existing condition, we had about 19,000 square feet of shade canopy on both of those properties in the existing condition. Today, on our proposed plan, we have over 63,000 square feet of shade canopy, which meets the 50% shade coverage per code. The prior plan had 5,300 plants. This plan has 7,300 plants in all of the landscaping areas. And effectively, what we've done is substituted all of our trees to native per the request of the ARB, and the same with the shrubs and grasses. And so the only plants that are not native that are accents are in pots and containers near the dealership. So we've increased the quantity of plants. We have also, Sheldon, if it's possible to bring up the color-rendered master plan, you'll see that the trees that were removed along the Bayshore Drive were replaced with ornamental trees that comply with PG&E height requirements. So those will provide a nice transition between the building, parking, and pedestrian multi-use area. And then there's layering with plant materials. So we've got grasses that are 3 to 4 feet high between the parking lot and the multi-purpose trail. And then there's also grasses, the Mendocino grasses that we have that are between the multi-purpose trail and the street. And those are about 2 feet high because we can't go over that because of visibility and safety and sight triangles. So we've actually created quite a nice environment. And with respect to the building massing, the quantity of plant material, particularly with trees, cuts the massing significantly. And because the building is not right up on the zero property line like a building you might experience in downtown San Francisco, where it's right at the property line and you look right up at a building, be it 3 stories or 20 stories, it does not have that feel. The building is set back from the property line and you have adequate vegetation to transition so it doesn't feel imposing to pedestrians. The other detail that we provided is if you look at the site plan, there is a textured surface in the drive aisle along Embarcadero and Bayshore, and that is to replicate kind of a cobblestone pathway, and those stones are, the sizes of them are 18-inch by 24-inch, so those are in an attempt to be authentic and also provide another texture and detail relationship to pedestrians. So that essentially summarizes the significant changes. It's unfortunate that we couldn't pull up the plan, but I know you have it in your packet. We also have some color rendered sections showing Embarcadero and the parking, as well as Bayshore and the parking, so you can see the relationship of the landscape and pedestrian realm. I hope that satisfies items regarding landscape, massing, bulk plane, and I think as Lyle and Ms. Shawnee earlier mentioned, our team is willing to add trees out into the baylands. We can easily add landscaping, irrigation to those areas beyond the fence. So thank you.
You have another 20 seconds if you'd like to say something. Why don't we wait and see? We have seen your lighting plans. Let me see if we have questions.
Yeah.
Well, you only have 20 seconds left, so let's see if we have questions. That would be. All right, well, thank you. I am going to take a 5-minute break before you deliberate, and we will be back promptly. Is there anything else anybody wants to say before then?
Are we asking questions after?
Yeah, I would like to ask questions after the 5-minute break. We'll be back in 5 minutes. It's a very big project. You ready? I'd like to call the meeting of the Architects Review Board back into session. We're considering a proposal for a Mercedes-Benz and Audi dealership on Embarcadero, at the corner of Embarcadero and Bayshore. I think we were on questions, and Peter, you're up.
Yes, to the applicant. I wonder if you could explain to me in more detail the lighting plans. It seems like you've done quite a bit of work on the lighting design. And just have us walk us through that, please.
Do you think that was well cued?
That was, yeah. Again, Lyle Hudson, thank you very much. I'd like to yield this to our lighting consultant that could answer any of those questions.
Thank you. And we will take a quick pause here for mopping up spilled coffee, and then we'll continue. Some of us have lids on our coffee. But most of us do not. Great. All right. If you could introduce yourself again and spell your name for the transcriber.
Good morning. My name is Francis Cray. Last name is Krahe.
Yes.
Madam Chair and members of the ARB.
Could you speak, that mic is you have to be very close to it.
Okay.
It will adjust to your height. Thank you.
So as Lyle mentioned, we're the lighting design consultants for the project. We completed a study, which I believe you have a copy of in your packet, which included a proposed lighting plan for exterior lighting on both the Audi site and the Mercedes-Benz site, which would comply with the requirements of Cal Green, the California Green Building Code, current 2016 version. Our study looked at two issues that pertain to lighting. The first is light trespass, illuminance, which is the value of foot candles that would leave the property and be incident on an adjacent site. And we conducted a computer study with the proposed lighting plan, analyzing the value of vertical illuminance at the project property line, in particular looking at the light trespass to the baylands, but we also analyzed the light trespass to the adjacent commercial properties and the adjacent street frontage. And the plan that's been submitted complies with the requirements of Cal Green, which is limited to 0.74 foot candles at the commercial or street frontage elevations and 0.09 foot candles at the baylands. And those two values are determined from a table within Cal Green that stipulates that all urban zone or urban census areas in the state of California are categorized as Zone 3, which is 0.74 foot candles, unless there's an exception or unique circumstance that would change that standard higher or lower. We use the most conservative value at the baylands, which would represent the value in a pristine native habitats setting where there essentially would be no ambient light. This is far more stringent than the existing conditions, which include parking lots that are illuminated to a standard that predates this current Cal Green standard. So the new building design would dramatically improve the light trespass from this property to any adjacent property, including the baylands, by about a 90% factor over what is the current conditions exist today on the property. So it's a far greater improvement in terms of the environmental compliance of this proposed project versus the existing commercial uses on both the Audi existing property and their adjacent neighbors on the two commercial properties flanking the Audi property and the existing restaurant site. The second factor that we looked at is light with respect to glare and the brightness of the light sources and their visibility either off-site or from, again, some sensitive use like the Baylands. Again, the project must comply with Cal Green, and there are very specific stipulations in Cal Green that regulate the brightness of the light fixtures that would be adjacent to any property line and visible off-site. The fixtures that are proposed, the lighting fixtures that are proposed in the plan meet that most stringent requirement for the backlight, uplight, and glare standard that's part of Cal Green. And they are also directional and oriented from the perimeter of the project internally. So they're not directed to any off-site location. So again, that's a far more rigorous amount of lighting control versus what exists there today, or both on the existing property or any of the adjacent properties. So on the basis of that plan and our analysis, we presented to you, the project would actually reduce the light trespass and glare substantially from what exists today, and it would certainly not introduce a new source of light trespass or glare. So if I can answer any further questions.
Any further questions?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, everybody seems to have one. So starting on the left, Alex.
Okay, I wanted to follow up. Karen Holdman had mentioned the bollard lights, and I think that there are some shown in the architectural renderings, and then you have the lighting plans which don't show, show them only in one particular location. I was wondering if you could just clarify for everybody that
the architectural plan showed bollards at the bike path, pedestrian path at the project perimeter. If we were to locate those bollards on the project site to illuminate the bike path, that would be in violation of Cal Green, because those lights would be projecting across the property line to illuminate the public right-of-way to a value that exceeds the limits of Cal Green. So we removed them from the lighting plan. If they are to light the path, they would need to be located in the public right-of-way or the easement and not on the project site.
The code is so tricky.
Yes.
On light, I have one other question, follow-up question is, so now you have the, the light fixture type SA and SA1.
Yes.
And I was wondering if you could explain how that light fixture works. I did look on the BEGA website and didn't really explain it very clearly. And then on the fixture SA, which has the extra floodlight, what is that extra floodlight illuminating on your project?
So if you look at the rendered elevations of the project that are at the back of the packet, you can see that the light poles that are along the Mercedes frontage to Embarcadero and Baylands, they are oriented, the distribution of those light fixtures, it's asymmetric. And so it's oriented from the light pole back towards the building facade and the roadway that's internal to the Mercedes-Benz frontage.
And then I think you said
they're just lighting the roadway, though. They're not lighting, they're really just the circulation lighting.
They're internal circulation.
Correct.
Great. And I think you said Baylands, but I think you meant East Bay Shore.
East Bay Shore, that's right.
Are they on in this rendering?
They are.
And they're the tall ones?
Correct.
And they're shining down on the ground?
They're shining down, but they're canted and oriented down and back towards the building.
So the actual glass element of that light?
No, the glass
doesn't
is symmetrical and cylinder. It's internal to the glass is an optical lens that orients the light in that direction.
So the glass doesn't light up?
Correct. It's clear. It's not a bright lens surface. The light source is above, within the opaque section that's above that clear glass lens. And like I said, it's directional, so it can be symmetrical or asymmetrical. And in the case of the study that we presented, they are asymmetric.
If I may ask a follow-up question. So on sheet 23 of our packet, which is
Yes.
the lighting plan, or lighting rendering, so what is illuminating the
There are lights
walkway?
within the exterior facade canopy. There's a canopy structure outside of the building glazing, and there are downlights within that roof structure that are lighting down to light the walkway and the stairs and the platform that leads into the showroom itself.
Okay, and I think that those don't appear on our drawings. Possibly.
They do appear on the lighting plan. That's part of the lighting
They're on the plan. I see.
They may be difficult to read because they're quite
SD.
small. Yeah, type SD. It's just a surface cylinder that's mounted to the canopy structure of the.
Okay, I think it's just that we don't have the fixture for that. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, on that rendering, so the bright strip at the base of the building, that's not its own source of light?
Correct. It's a separate.
It's reflecting the light
Correct.
off the canopy.
Yes.
And excuse me, Othman, so do I understand that if I look, for example, at sheet 23 and it shows this, it looks like it's an illuminated dance floor, that's not the way it would appear in real life?
I'm not sure I understand which.
Look at sheet number 23, a very bright band along the floor.
Well, these are.
This is the artifact of the rendering, not the actual experience of the light.
Well, I would say that it's very difficult to represent
Yes.
night lighting in any sort of printed view. These renderings are generated from the calculation model.
I'm not criticizing the rendering. I'm trying to understand the experience of driving by at night.
Well, so but to be clear, the lighting values inside the showroom are substantially higher than the light values on the roadway and on the path. In order for us to meet the threshold at the project perimeter, the lighting level at the pathway and the road is relatively low in comparison to the lighting level that is required and necessary for lighting the walkway up to the building, which is approximately 10-foot candles, and the lighting within the showroom, which is much higher. And those values are all established by code and by recommended practice of the Illuminating Engineering Society of North America, which is the professional standard that the lighting will be judged by if there's any questions of performance or liability.
Well, let me ask a really dumb question. When this is closed, how brightly illuminated is it?
Well, it can be substantially lower in terms of the internal lighting, and I think we've described that in the plan, that there's a sequence of operations and there's a dimming schedule which responds to the use of the facility. So after dusk, it would be at one level. Later in the evening, it could be reduced gradually over the course of the evening. I think that even after hours, late at night, there would still be some internal lighting for security and safety for people inside the building, but it would be substantially less than it would be right after sunset.
And it would not be display level lighting? It would not be
I don't
designed to
believe
look at
so.
cars on the road? Thank you.
Yes.
Other questions?
I have another.
Board Member Hirsch.
Yeah.
David.
You know, a major feature of the building is the stacking units, and I'm looking at ZA400B, and I don't see the stacking units in this at all. It's a dramatic element in this building. Are you turning it off at some hour?
The plan is to illuminate the stacking units again from dusk. I mean, they'll be illuminated during the day and the evening at a minimal level for safety, but they are rendered in the studies with some feature lighting after hours, after sunset, but that would gradually decrease that brightness as the building was less occupied.
Building goes to sleep, in other words, huh?
Correct, correct.
Okay.
So just to interject that on packet page 27, condition 6 is regarding lighting.
Yes.
I have a question on lighting in a different area. The rooftop parking deck
Yes.
has long been a concern of mine that it not be too brightly visible from off the property. Can you just walk me through, how is that being lit now? And what are you doing so that it's not visible through the translucent parapet wall? That doesn't get bright.
The lighting that's proposed is mounted to the backside of the parapet wall where there are opaque sections and projecting light across that parking deck surface from the perimeter. There are no light poles, there are no tall light structures above the roof deck.
So all the lights up there are below the level of the parapet?
Correct.
And when they're on, is the parapet wall brightly lit because it's translucent? How much comes through the parapet wall?
I don't believe where we've located it is where we have opaque sections so that it's not visible, and it's not intended to light the parapet wall itself. It's projecting light away from the parapet wall to the interior. So what you're seeing in these rendered views is the brightness of the light on the ground surface adjacent to the parapet wall, not the vertical surface of the parapet wall.
So on rendering ZA 400B, which is the nighttime view of the corner Board Member Hirsch was just referring to, would this be showing the roof deck lights being turned on and it will still look this dark?
They're on in those rendered views,
They're
correct?
on in that rendered
Yes,
view?
exactly.
The parking is on and it still is like this?
Correct.
Thank you.
I have one more question.
Board Member Thompson.
So on page 24 and 25 of the lighting report, are the interior lights on to their full brightness that they would be during operational times at
Yes.
night?
In those rendered views, they are, yes.
And as well as the parking above?
Correct.
We're going to be out there after it's built.
Okay.
Well, and I should point out, though, the calculation for the exterior lighting at the property line includes only the exterior lighting. That is the regulatory standard. It does not include interior lighting.
That's the numbers we're seeing
Correct.
on the ground. But in
Correct.
the images here,
But the rendered views include both the interior and the exterior. Otherwise, the building would just be a black mass. So we included the interior lighting to illustrate the relative brightness between the exterior site lighting and the interior lighting.
and are there additional street lights that are not being shown here for the sidewalk?
Correct. We didn't show any of the public street lighting or any off-site light that was adjacent.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions before we turn to other areas? You all have what you need in terms of lighting?
In terms of lighting, yes.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
At least you know we do read your reports. Any questions? Let's see. Other questions? Let's start with you, Alex. Or we can do them by subject matter area, whatever you want.
Car wash really quick.
Let's talk about the car wash, and let's talk about noise. The only discussion of noise I heard concerned the car wash, its location, and its operation. Any questions on that topic?
To the applicant, could you,
This is Board Member Balte for the transcriber.
I would like to understand how the automatic doors work when the car wash is in operation. Is it possible for the doors to be left open and the car wash to be functioning?
No. The automatic controls on the car wash are that the internal equipment, the car is driven into the door or tracked into the door. Those doors are closed, and once those doors are closed and they are electronically noted as closed, then the operation can begin inside. That's both the blowers and the car wash. And then once that's completed, the doors open up. They're high-speed, manufacturer's Rytec, but they're a high-speed coiling door that goes up and down very quickly and intended for wet service and high cycle uses.
So I just want to be really clear that you're making that statement into the record, and that's something that is not easily changed later then, that the doors cannot be left open when the car wash is functioning.
that is the way that.
Automatically built into the
That
design
is
of the car
automatically
wash.
built into the way we are planning the car wash.
And
Correct.
staff will be adding a condition of approval.
And will you be specifying this particular design or just the function?
I think we had that as a mitigation measure early on, that we offered that up.
Sorry, just to interrupt. So on packet page 29, condition 14 has to do with the issue with the automatic doors. So we have that covered.
Thank you.
I have a question
Just
about,
a sec, David, could you wait a minute, please?
Yeah, I want to follow up too on the car wash. So I just wanted to make a comment to my board members, is that I did, when doing the site visit, I did walk the neighbor's property at 2479 Embarcadero Road, and they do have a, what do you call it? Like a patio table out on the back, next, very close to where the parking lot, or where the proposed car wash is located. It seems like most of their open space is in a courtyard, and it seems like that patio table is, I would presume it's for the smokers. Like it's far away from any entrance doors. And it's in the parking lot. It's not like it's not like it's like an afterthought.
It's not a habitable space that we should really be working extremely hard to protect.
No, I actually disagree with that statement, because the back of that property has a very low chain link fence that looks over to the Baylands.
Yeah,
And
it's
I would
very
actually, if like that were being redeveloped, I would put the open space facing in that back area and not have it sort of walled off in a courtyard.
So Alex, is one of your points that this is a very valuable piece of this site if and when it's redeveloped.
Yes.
So adverse impacts from this project on that property, we should be thinking about
We
that,
should think
not
about
just the code.
not just the existing conditions, but just the potential. I think we should factor in the potential for that project site. But looking at the noise study with the doors closed, it seems to make a dramatic difference. So I've never seen a car wash with doors before, so but the study seems to
Yeah,
indicate
before I
that
hear from the
it'll
rest of you, I will say that I've never seen a car wash that didn't have a lot of sociability around it. And maybe this is just one lone employee driving it over, but they do tend to be lively, slightly noisy scenes. And so I'm concerned that we tend to locate our nuisance aspects of our properties to the edges, and I'm concerned about that here.
May I address the
David,
chair?
just a second. David, you had a question on the noise issue?
no, a whole other issue,
Okay, then we'll wait. And Ozma, did you have any questions on
but
this?
it's also too.
In a minute.
Not on noise. I have on landscape.
Peter? Alex? Did either of you have any further questions on this issue?
Well, to state the obvious, I want to be sure there's a roof on the car wash, so it doesn't have an open ceiling.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
May I address the board?
Yes, I'd appreciate that. If you could identify yourself once more, just for our poor transcriber.
My name is Lyle Hudson.
Yeah, no, you don't have to spell it. It's
Okay.
just that we have this,
I got you.
we get transcripts that
So
say
she knows-
unknown speaker.
So she knows who it is. Yes, Lyle Hudson. Just to call your attention to the noise study, that the ambient noise level is very close in that area where we took readings, as it is now as it stands today, for 20 minutes, I believe. The noise study was done, that it's, again, 55 decibels in that location now, and I think we're proposing maybe that it could be up to, in certain areas, at the ends of the car wash at 65 dB.
Thank you. I appreciate that. All right, so that's at least our questions about noise. Those are our questions about noise. Those are our questions about lighting. Let's talk about landscaping. Are any additional questions of the applicant about landscaping?
Yeah, I do.
Board Member Thompson.
A couple questions. For the green screens that are being shown around the back of the whole project,
Yes.
how confident are you that those will be green and actual grow stuff?
Sustainable. Okay. Speaker is Ken Punzarelli with LAI Design Group. We're very confident we will run drip irrigation up to those areas, and they'll be irrigated and, of course, maintained with the rest of the property.
And thank you. And for all the other renderings that we've been seeing, are those pretty reflective of your design?
Yeah, I would say that the renderings that show the redbud trees, that's for a period of about 2 weeks per year, and we just actually experienced the redbud trees at our last board meeting, and for the rest of the year, they're just a green, lush tree, and they're a nice little tree, and they'll really soften the massing that everybody was concerned about. They don't drop any berries or fruit, so they're not a nuisance, won't impact pedestrians walking or cause a mess either in the public realm or on the dealership property with respect to fruit or yellow jackets that might be attracted to drop fruit. So they're actually quite a nice low maintenance kind of a tree, and they're native to the area.
And at this elevation, they are evergreen?
They are for the most part, yeah.
Can you,
I did think on the elevations, they look like crepe myrtles.
Yes, and that was the choice of the renderer that selected that, yes.
We decided, yeah, they were
No,
disturbing.
you're spot on with your plant ID. I caught that at the last ARB meeting.
yeah, so how confident are you that these are really what redbuds are going to look like? Because what's shown in the renderings is crepe myrtles.
Yeah, that's a valid question. The shape and the form of multi-stem trees, they look like that. I would say that, those were conservative. I would say that the redbuds will actually be more lush in terms of their tree canopy than what was shown.
It's unfortunate because the redbuds, I think, have a different foliage color overall effect. These are very bright pink. And
well, that's the flower, and I think that was legitimate, but the vegetation, the leaf is a heart-shaped leaf, and it's about as big as my hands cupping around right here, like a large cup of coffee, the circumference of that.
Thank you.
Could you take me through that? I realize that there are a lot of constraints here. And while we generally want fruits and things that will attract animals, I understand that you've got a lot of constraints here, but I think of redbuds actually as being kind of a bunch of sticks some of the time of the year here.
Yeah, I mean, they are
And that
they
they
are
don't
deciduous.
do any screening.
Yeah, they are deciduous a part of the year, that is true. And we do have a fair amount of understory that is evergreen. So in every part of the site plan, there are layers of plant material from shade canopy trees like the oaks and the big leaf maple to understory and ornamentals like the redbud trees to then large shrubs and grasses that are evergreen and have winter interest.
Thank you. Because of course, you have heard that there's great distress from many people about the prospect of removing trees, and I'm concerned that with a building that goes up to 50 feet from a slightly elevated pad, I usually want to see significantly sized screening trees, and I'm not sure we've got that. Or landscaping, whatever form it takes. Okay, but that's not a question, that's a policy statement. My notes about what else we wanted to talk. Any other questions on landscaping?
And part of that, Madam Chair, just to respond to that, and part of the locations where we have those redbud trees out in front of the building, you'll note we have that 80-foot PG&E easement. And
we are well aware of that.
yeah, and the elm trees that are there currently grow much taller than that, and they've already been hacked by PG&E, and they could come back and do it again.
We understand that they're at their mercy.
Yes, that's a great statement. They're at their mercy.
We had considered the thought that maybe PG&E would like some favorable public relations as of late, but we don't think that's going to help us here. Yeah. Thank you. So I think that's it for landscaping. Okay. Bike and pedestrian circulation. Comments? Questions? I think we're doing okay on landscaping.
Okay.
If you'd like to be seated.
Thank you.
Any comments or questions on bike and pedestrian circulation? No questions? Okay. Questions on anything else? David?
I'm wondering about access to the site, and the site circulation, traffic-wise, coming to the site for clients. The ones who come off Embarcadero is that the major entry? Or is the access road really from Bayshore? Is that the major entry? Which way do you come onto the site?
Lyle Hudson. There are two entrances for the Mercedes site, and there is one entrance for Audi. All three entrances are multi-directional, in and out. There's not, and so the majority of customers coming in for service would enter off of Embarcadero. Customers could enter off of Embarcadero or Bayshore, and likewise, you could come from either direction. So Bayshore coming the other direction is, south of Bayshore is also a two-way entrance. So the circulation is all along the front and not around the back for customers. Does that answer your question? Maybe
No,
not.
not 100%.
Okay.
I'm sort of concerned that you're coming off of Embarcadero to go straight into the service area, the doors that are between Audi and...
Sheldon, could you put a
Correct.
site plan up so we can see what we're talking about?
The vehicular access can also turn right at that location to access the rest of the parking lot.
Right. And there's really kind of no signage at that point to say where you're going to park on the site?
I don't believe we've addressed wayfinding signage at this point in time.
Well, then let's do that.
But you would be doing that at
There
some
would
point?
need to be some wayfinding as you enter in to direct sales customer, if you will, to the right and service to straight in. And there's a fairly lengthy drive there as well as inside the building, so we don't anticipate any queuing and backing up cars and doing that. It's fairly lengthy.
That would be fatal.
So you're still maintaining an entry, although the major entry seems to be off the parking lot now. But you're maintaining an entry in the kind of center of the display, car display, in the canopied area in the front, facing Embarcadero?
There's no entry there.
There's no entry there?
No.
So the exclusive entry into the showroom is from the parking lot?
Correct.
Okay, that's good.
Thank you.
I might have more.
I'd just add to that that's both vehicular and pedestrian at that location.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The renderings show, in particular, a ZA 404, the close-up renderings where the trees are not part of it, show the glazing, and we've been looking at the samples of the glazing, and you're showing it as if it's clear glass, so you're going to really be looking through it. Is this just a rendering issue? I mean, because normally glazing kind of gives you the sky, there are some parts of the renderings which, ZA 403A, for example, have a tone on the glazing which really more represents the kind of the sky.
So
How do you see that really working? Because it's a really important aspect of
the
this project.
glazing is clear glazing. It's dual pane, dual glazing, clear glass with a that's also coated for performance. In addition to that, all the glazing will be the Avotec bird-safe etched glass. It's not a film. We had some discussions with the Audubon Society about the films and applied bird-safe scenario, and that is not what we're doing here. We're promoting full etched glazing. So many of our exterior glazing would be of that type, of what you see on that on the color board. The additional portion is a fiberglass cow wall panel that we're putting that's basically, it's up on top. You can't see through it. You won't really be able to see a car or anything through that, but it does provide a different surface and texture as it relates to that upper level. And that was intended to kind of bring the scale down a little bit and provide a little interest along with our green area. So,
but it's a glass material?
It's a fiberglass.
Fiberglass.
It's, as you see on the material, that's an actual sample. It's not a transparent, but some.
Okay.
But a fiberglass, and you can see that we kind of did it with an image behind it. There's kind of a vehicle behind it. That's pretty typical of what you'd see. Maybe a darker silhouette if there was a car there or a person there, but you will not be able to tell that it's a car, and that's intentional.
I have a follow-up to that.
Okay,
question.
Board Member Thompson.
Is it okay if I ask my follow-up?
I can't hear you.
So the etched glass on the bird-safe glazing, the material sample, the pattern on the material sample is linear, whereas in the image on the packet, it's a bit more organic?
There's been a couple of different iterations. Early on, we had the more free-form bamboo portion. At this point, we feel like the building is still linear, and that may be more of an advantage of the linear pattern. There's also a dot pattern, but all provide by industry standards as bird-safe glass. We're open to interpretation, but we feel like the vertical glazing, the vertical etch lines provides the same purpose as an organic shape. And maybe better for a bird-safe situation, being not organic and being more linear.
I just wanted to clarify.
There is a discrepancy that is shown both ways, if you will.
I have another question about your entry on the parking lot side. It shows rather heavy framed doorway within it. Am I looking at it properly there?
You are correct. The heavy framed doorway furthest to the front of the building, is that what you're referring to?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that would be our main entry into the showroom, and that's somewhat of a corporate ID standard with that heavy entry with the block around it.
Is it heavy like that for security reasons?
It's not heavier than any other door. It's a metal storefront door. The surround around it is the black metal that you see.
Mm-hmm.
There is nothing there for security purposes. It's no different than it's just wider because so we can get a vehicle inside. It needs to be a little wider than a pair of 6-foot man doors.
All right. To shift this conversation now to materials, thank you for the materials board. I thought they were particularly useful with the attached drawings and keys. The Baylands general design principles as they apply to this building say that the Baylands itself have a natural color palette is a study in muted tones, and for this building they say use only muted natural colors, choose materials and finishes that will weather without degrading. Anybody have any questions about the materials?
No questions.
So I have a question for my colleagues here, which is, when I look at these very tiny samples, and that's not a critique of the materials board, is this, I don't see a label on this one.
Well, there should be on the picture if you look, if it has fallen off. That is the metal panel for Audi that's existing now. So
This one here?
Yeah, the representation there is kind of oh, okay. That's the Audi. It would be listed as the Audi Centrix Silver. That's the
And you're proposing to continue to use that on the Audi?
No, just representation of what's there now.
Okay. It should have a large X across it,
Okay.
in my view. And then the ACM2, I understand that it's in the recessed if I'm looking at the Embarcadero frontage, that appears to be in the recessed section of the elevation?
Correct.
And how far how much of that is there? Is that the
Actually,
Audi color?
that's not a significant material that we have. It's just another, it's the same manufacturer and same material, so when we change a color, we're not changing the attachment type and the way it's done. It's underneath there, underneath that canopy.
You just lost me. When I drive by, as a layperson, where do I see this?
You're going to see it on the back, underneath the canopy of the front of Mercedes-Benz.
Okay. Yeah, okay. All right, any other questions?
Yeah, I do have really quick.
What's your subject matter area?
It's the material. So
Okay.
the ribbed metal panel, we don't have a sample of the actual ribbed, like how thick that is, or in terms of the scale, because that's just the color, right? It's not.
That's
actually-
correct, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we were limited today by your staff on the size of the material and the color board of what we could do. And last time I had a physical sample that I brought was 12 by 12, and that was dismissed. So
We understand there are challenges, but we do not have a copy.
Right, so you do not have a profile sample of the rib panel on that board.
All right. Let's see, other subject matter areas. Sustainability, a member of the public talked about not using too much glass. We talked about sea level rise. Sheldon, just for fun, while we're talking about something else, would you put up the picture showing the city's anticipated sea level rise during the life of this building? What do you anticipate the life of this building to be?
I don't have an answer for you on that.
Well, let's assume 20 to 30 years.
So I have the website that we had discussed on Tuesday, and this is at 0, no change.
Okay.
And the diamond is the site, the Mercedes site.
And the city's anticipating, well, we have a set of standards for based on the state and area standards. Go ahead, Sheldon.
So this is existing. So as we go through whatever simulation that you may want to see, this is the existing condition. So as we go with the higher sea level change and what that'll look like, you'll notice that the building is still underwater because that's the existing condition. But the other buildings surrounded that have been completed recently are done to the standards today, which is 1 foot above the base flood elevation, which would be very similar to what this project would be.
Well, show us. Hit 25 centimeters.
So that's 25 centimeters.
So that's the anticipated rise by 2050.
That's 50 centimeters.
That's 50. That's 1.5 feet. That's 2 feet.
It's 75. I'll probably just keep it there. Kind
I
of.
think
Still see the other buildings are peeking up above.
So kick it back to 25, which is we're doing a study. I'm always impressed with the work the city staff and city council have already done on these issues. But our new sea level rise policy really kicks in 2020, so this project is a bit ahead, and this may be in an area from which, as they say, we need to plan an orderly retreat. But it does appear that this building is at an elevation which is a reasonable one to do at this time, which was my big concern, that we weren't just
I would ask that this building our proposed building is not shown in this. This is the existing.
Right, no, but we're
now.
looking at the islands, and you would be an island.
Correct.
Is what I believe this shows.
I think that's the intention of the FEMA numbers and the numbers
We find that we're not always in perfect sync with the federal government on climate change issues.
So is your anticipation, maybe I just ask the question, to be higher? Or
it's constantly shifting. We do have a lot of publications referenced in our document. They have a range of predictions. The more recent predictions are for more sea level rise. This doesn't particularly talk about issues of surge and loss of wetlands, which would lead to more flooding. And we won't really have a city definite position probably until next year. But they are certainly chastening.
I would think that traffic is a main concern because the roads are what drives the contours of your developed property. So
I mean, a more longer range theory is that we'll be retreating to the freeway at some point, but who knows? But I did want to understand the relationship of our present standards to these current projections. The city sea level rise report has a range of things for the next 30 years, so that's 2050. Remind me what they are. I lost that page, but
Yeah, I believe it's 2050.
It's about a foot, right? We're predicting about a foot in the next 30 years.
That would be correct, yeah.
Yeah, so this is about roughly.
So we'd be set if we only had a 30-year lifespan for the building. We could redo the whole area.
Yeah, you may not be able to. Well, if you're not selling nothing but fossil-free fuels by then, if your vehicles aren't fossil-free, we have a serious problem.
I'm pretty sure that will be a thing of the past come 30 years from now.
All right. Show us 50, because you're in between. Those buildings are still above water. Because one of our concerns is that the more capital investment there is in that area, the more is going to be expected in terms of trying to protect it. And I'm not going to argue that a Mercedes dealership is essential as a hospital, but it would be unfortunate to spend a lot of money in land we had to abandon. Thank you. Sorry, we've talked about on-site circulation for clients, landscaping, noise, lighting, glazing, materials, signage for wayfinding, sustainability of the design. Okay, any other things we want to ask questions about before we bring the discussion back to us? Anything? Thank you very much. Anything staff wants to say? All right. Well, let's begin the discussion. Who would like to start?
If I could ask Board Member Liu to start, and then also discuss your research as well on the Strava information.
All right, Alex. I'm going to try to take notes so we can keep track of our issues.
Okay, so on the running and bicycling usage in that area, it does show like a lot of the bicyclists using East Bayshore primarily, going north through East Palo Alto. That data may be, what do you want to call it, impacted by the creek widening that's been ongoing for several years. So, but it does show people using the old bike path along the San Francisco Creek, and it actually does show people using the new bike path, which has been relocated, because of the creek widening. But I think that the takeaway, though, is that really that there should be something continuing across Embarcadero, going north to East Palo Alto. For the runners, it really shows them like crossing the Embarcadero, or the bicycle bridge just north of Embarcadero, and continuing on to the Baylands and going out to like Charleston Slough and Bixby Park. And so so I think that is actually the proposed path is actually very useful for them. And yeah, did you have anything in particular? Like my takeaway is that I think it's needed.
It's crucial.
I think it is. And I think we've gone through the tree issue before. Like, I think when we had the golf course renovation, most of the trees were removed. Most of the non-native trees were removed, and the golf course was changed into more of a lynx-style, windswept dune landscape, right? And they took out like the flowering.
A traditional throwback golf course.
Right, and so I think that the city's on board with. I think my take on it is that the city's okay with removing trees and going back to something more like a grasslands type of and coastal sage scrub kind of landscape instead of the more conventional suburban landscape.
Okay.
I have one last comment. I think that there's a proposed bottle filling station in front of the Mercedes dealer, and I think that that's really critical. I've been doing some, over the winter, I did several bicycle rides from San Francisco to Palo Alto, and I think the bottle filling thing is really actually very critical. There's one in Burlingame, and then all the other ones are really substandard. So I think that that's the station with the benches.
It's a form of street furniture you're in favor of.
Yes. It's not in the perfect location, but I'll take it.
Okay. All right. Well, does somebody want to make a motion, or does somebody want to discuss issues?
Can I lay out some stuff here?
Yep.
To my colleagues? I'm having a hard time with this project ultimately. I just read through again the findings, 2, 3, 4, and 5, all address significant issues about design quality, contextual compatibility, functionality, some of the issues David was mentioning, the landscaping, and just too many places I keep looking at this and feeling it's just not there. I'll go backwards. The crepe myrtle-esque trees on the front just don't work with this building, and they certainly don't work with the Baylands. They don't look at all like that to me. The layout of this curved front with a front door in the middle of it, except it's not a front door anymore, and then the access to the showroom is sort of off the middle of this parking lot, and the architecture's not telling me where to go, and this is something we discussed last time. Just the overall choice of the materials just seems sort of bright and modern and Mercedes-Benz-ish, but it's not the Baylands. And I keep feeling like wanting to just have something that tries at least to be toned down, natural looking, and maybe not all of it, maybe the glass piece in the front can be different, but somehow almost every design decision keeps coming back to it being bright and shiny on all 4 sides of the building, everywhere we go. I just don't buy the fiberglass panels up on the roof. I think they're going to be bright when they're lit from inside, and they don't look at all like the Baylands to me. The grass panels on the side of the building, I just cannot imagine those surviving the test of time. The maintenance on those will be horrific. You'll need an elevator for the landscape guy to get up there to do anything. It's not a realistic architectural solution. The Baylands is asking for permanent, simple, background, low, organic colored buildings, and this design solution seems to take us away from that. Over and over again, as I've looked through these issues, I just keep saying to myself that the pieces aren't coming together. So I put to my colleagues that this is the 3rd review. They're asking us to make a decision. And I think the decision of let's send this to council to decide is the wrong one. I think we need to take a stronger stand and perhaps just say, no, this should not be allowed the way it is right now. Maybe the last thing, which I'll end with, which is probably the most important, is to me the bike path. And I think it's not unreasonable that we need a real bike path there. I think it's also not unreasonable that we want to keep those mature trees. This is a very large building. We already have some large trees that would not otherwise be allowed. If we cut them down, Alex is right that we could grow new trees, but the trees that we're allowed to put there are really small and not appropriately scaled, or they don't fit with the Baylands, and they certainly don't accentuate or complement this building. And yet the solution is to fit both, and that requires the applicant to do some additional compromising on their property somehow. And I come back and say, look, if 30 years ago this would have been a PC application, what that means is that you're making a trade. The applicant wants to trade the land use, so they're doing other things to the public benefit. To me, the bike path is a clear and needed public benefit. I think the trees are also a clear and needed public benefit. And I think if the applicant is asking to do a zoning change, asking to put a larger building than would otherwise be allowed, we need some public benefit coming back. I think we've made it clear and asked this several times. Again, the pieces aren't dropping. And so at some point, we need to stop asking. And I think if we put this in front of the city council, it's going to be very hard for them to try to parse that kind of stuff out. It's clear to us, it was clear to the Planning Commission that the trees are needed and the bike path is needed. And I just don't see the pieces coming together. So unless I can be persuaded otherwise at the moment, I'm of the opinion that we should recommend denial. Thank you.
Okay. Ozma.
Okay. Okay, thank you to my board members for their feedback up until now, and then also thank you to the applicant. This packet was a lot more detailed and it was a lot easier to read, so I really appreciate the enhanced renderings and the enhanced information that was in here. I'm also having trouble with this project as well because actually I think architecturally you did respond to a lot of the feedback we were giving. If I look at just the front corner view that you would see from Bayshore and Embarcadero, there's a lot more horizontal datums. You're using two tones to break the scale of this massive thing down, which is effective in many ways. I will say I'm not convinced by GL2, which is that fiberglass material. In the renderings, it looks a lot more clear, and so it looks like it's breaking down scale. But when I'm seeing the actual material, it looks quite opaque, and it looks like it'll blend into the rest of that wall and make that wall bulky. But if I were to just look at how this is currently being presented, I think a lot of effort has been put into reducing the scale, and in terms of all the iterations we've seen so far, I would say this is the best version of this dealership that I've seen to date, just given massing and sort of how the material treatment is, except for GL2, which is an important aspect of it. And I'm not going to brush it off and say that it's not, because if that part was solid, I would have a bigger problem with the design. So in that sense, I think, and then also the green screens, that kind of go around the back. I've heard some conflicting opinions about that, but that's a really nice addition to the project, and I almost wish it was more integrated into the front facade, just because, it kind of makes the back of the building look nicer than the front of the building, at least at the moment. So in terms of like architecturally speaking, if you're going to have a dealership here, this is a decent iteration with a few adjustments. That said, there's a lot of public comment about scale, about massing, a lot of concern about how appropriate this project is, which shouldn't be ignored either. So I think that's why I'm having a bit of a hard time, because architecturally, I think with a few adjustments, I could get to a place where I'm okay with this design, but it's true in terms of how appropriate it is for the location. That's sort of, sort of the warring part in me. So at the moment, I'm a little split, but there's still two more people on the board we haven't heard from, so I'll just leave it at there for now.
Thank you. David?
Well, I agree that this is incredibly better than what we've seen before. And I'm bothered by certain aspects of it. But a general look at the building seems to me that there's a front of the building and a sales area of the building and the back of the building and a service area of the building. And I feel pretty strongly that there should be some distinction made between the two, and you have an opportunity with the stair tower to make that separation between the two functions. However, I note that it's a 96 feet 7 inches from the street front, and I'm wondering if you could actually push and this is a detail, but it really is important to me that you push somehow that staircase out so that you make a distinction, because it really will make a significant distinction in the shapes and of the sales and storage area on the front from the back of the building. That's a smaller consideration maybe, but important to me. I think the manner in which which we call the front of the building now, it's a little hard to say what's the front. There is a sort of a strange relationship between the curved wall and the display areas and the real front of the building, which is the one you emphasize in most of your renderings here. The front of the building here seems to me to be from the parking lot, and it's important to show the trees, and the trees ought to be appropriate to the scale, which I think they are, and I wish they were the same color all year long. I find that to be fairly successful. I agree that the panel at the top could just be glazing, some kind of a glazing other than the panel that's shown, so it keeps the crispness of the glass surface all the way to the top of the building. I think the rendering, actually, which I stated before, is really a little bit inaccurate because it won't be quite that transparent in reality. There'll be kind of a sky-like cloud layer on the glass, and I don't think that would be a bad result, but it doesn't come across too well here. In terms of the entry, I think that the entry ought to be more glazed coming in through that doorway, but I really disagree to the Vice Chair that the building is not a successful building. It is a showroom after all. The scale of it, the first floor scale is quite high, 18 feet, I think, for the first floor. I think the scale and detail of the building is good for the product they're selling, which is a beautifully detailed car. And there is some care, a lot of care, in fact, in the supports of the roof line as an overhang. I almost wish that we could go back to a darker elements coming above it so that the entry was more emphasized, but that's previously the board decided that you shouldn't have that much black on the building. So the compromise with metal surfaces for the second level seems to me to be fine. And the scale of it shows up on the drawings, even though we don't have a sample here today. I feel that the planting idea for the back of the building is not a success at all. I would really rather see the walls be entirely planted or alternately planted on the back of the building, and that what is shown back there is really a back of the building, and admit it, but let's have some consideration of the bay lens and the softness of where it faces, and not put strong shapes on that wall that draw attention to it. I feel very strongly about that. I think you can plant a lot of the back of the building without having separate, smaller vertical elements to it. And that would make a significant distinction. And it would be a pleasant place to actually be for those people who use that area. But don't draw that kind of attention to it. It doesn't make sense. But very important, I think, is the stair tower and pulling it forward. And I don't know how that works with the zoning, but if it were a freestanding wall of some sort, could that be, could that intrude into the setback? Is that setback a requirement?
The easement.
Then you'd have the symbolic symbol of the Mercedes facing the street there, but it's pulled forward, and you make a distinction between the front and the back of the building. So overall, I would say I feel this is a successful building. The materials are high-tech. The car is high-tech. I think they belong together, and I would like to see it move forward. Also, this is the last meeting we're going to have for the board, I believe. So it's really important for us to be on board or not be on board. This is our last statement that we're going to make, and I want to make a statement. I think it's a nice project, and I wanted to proceed.
Okay. Alex, did you have any other comments?
Yeah, so I think I'm fairly aligned with Board Member Hirsch on this one. Generally, I think that this is a successful project. I do have some significant reservations, though, but I think that I can get. I think I can get to recommend approval with some additional conditions of approval. I think largely I think there have been several revisions, and I think that they were done thoughtfully, and I think they were done well between our since our last hearing. I think generally, I will say that if I look at the rendering proposed here, and look in our Baylands design guideline book with the project across the street, that they are compatible generally in terms of massing. If I look at the building footprint size, if I compare the sort of the length of facades of this project to the neighbors, I think they're fairly similar. I don't necessarily think that this project is overscaled, even though it is taller, and we'll definitely acknowledge that it's taller, but at least from the public's point of view from the streets, that it's stepping and you've broken up the massing. I think the curved element makes a design linkage to the project across the street at 2450 Watson Road, or Watson Court. I think we do have some issues with the colors. I think the black stucco color is not acceptable, and I think that I do have issues with the black metal panel as well. I think that it makes the facade much too dark. I will acknowledge that there are some other high contrast colored buildings on Embarcadero Road. So I would say there's one across the street next to the golf course, 1755 Embarcadero, which is like a light colored concrete and it's black glass. So there's some precedent for darker colors, even though they don't necessarily comply with our Baylands design guidelines. I'm okay with the car wash if it has the closed doors. I think the landscaping, I'm very happy with the increased native plants. I think that that's actually done really, really well. And I think that the bunch grasses make a design linkage to the other recently done projects in the Bay, nearby in the Baylands. I think the lighting plan was done really well as well. Thank you for making those revisions. I think we do need the cut sheet for fixture SD, which is not in our set. And I think we do, I think as Board Member Balte had asked previously, that we do need the top floor of the garage, the parapet lighting, I think resolved with the glass guardrails. I think we should do the bike path, the pedestrian and bike path. I think that's critical, and I'm willing to forego the existing street trees. I'm a little concerned about the curb ramp at the corner, as it's shown currently, so maybe we can follow up with staff on that later. It seems kind of unusual in there. And then I think my main reservations is just on our findings. So I had alerted staff that we're missing findings 2 and 3, the DEE findings, and I think that's absolutely critical. I think we do have to address that. If we don't address it, I think that we're looking at trying to get, I think that people would appeal our recommendation just because of those are missing. I think that those are critical. Also, I think Karen Holman had mentioned the context-based criteria, and I had mentioned this at the last hearing. There's nothing in the staff, I don't think there's anything in the staff report except for setbacks with regards to the context-based criteria in the CS zone. I think we do need to do that. So I think there should be some documentation, photos or street elevations that show this building with the neighbors and how they're compatible or make design linkages. And then I think lastly, I do have 2 just broad comments. One is that the auto overlay was intended to allow car storage So I think it's the intent of the code is to figure out a way to get vertical car storage in on these lots and to keep auto dealers in the city for tax revenue purposes. And then secondly, at our last hearing, I think there was a lot of concern about where does the Baylands start and where's the gateway. And if you actually look like right across the street at Watson Court, there's a gateway, Baylands Gateway sign, and I think the intent is that all of the landscaping from the freeway all the way out to the Baylands is part of the Baylands. And I think if you look at things like the new Facebook Building 20, or if you look at some of there's the North Bayshore specific plan in Mountain View, I think our neighbors are really on board with making suburban development like part of the Baylands. So like Facebook Building 20, it has like a 9-acre roof. And like Shawnee Kleinhaus has been documenting, or they've been counting all the birds for the last 3 years up on the Facebook roof and sort of tracking it and how well it's working. I think they've found that the native plants and trees attract more wildlife than the non-native trees. And they actually have the numbers to back it up. In Mountain View, Google is removing some buildings entirely for more egret habitat, and then they're building taller buildings elsewhere. And so they're like big, I think they're making big design moves, and they're not afraid of having a bigger building if there's more habitat. And I think that I would argue that we should do the same and not try to hold on to like a 1950s notion of what Embarcadero Road currently looks like. So that's where I am, but I would not be able to make the findings with the black. I think black stucco is just a bad idea anywhere. I would support like if it's like dark gray and integral color stucco, I could get there. With the metal panel, I could go with like a charcoal, but I can't do the solid black. So that would be a no recommendation if those aren't changed.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you to the applicant. Thank you to the members of the public. Thank you to staff. I know you've been through a lot of iterations of these plans, constantly moving. I hope we've been consistent up here. I know we are in our own minds. Starting with the land use, the city council has been ambivalent about this location for auto dealerships. We actually recommended approval of one, and they said nope. But that was about a particular proposal. Councils changed their minds. So I'm operating the assumption that the proposal before us is for an auto dealership that the council wants here or believes could be well done here, and that is consistent with the general plan. I do favor indoor car storage. I think it's a much better use of land than having asphalt heat sinks with cars moving around in them, or ferrying them from Fremont, wherever they're ferried from these days. So I am willing to accept a larger building because you put the cars inside. And I will not get into discussions about how the floor area ratio should be calculated because I defer to the city attorney and the city staff and the city council on those issues. I will say that I think that the building should not be any bigger or appear to be any bigger than it needs to. So it shouldn't be doing grandiose elements. I do think the bicycle path is essential. I'm bothered that we can't do both. I spent a lot of time working on pedestrian and bicycle access over private properties with Stanford. And if there was a design that gave us better landscaping and the bicycle path, both of which I think are essential, that's what I would favor. I think that the siding and elevation is acceptable, given the present level of our planning. It's an interesting choice to build a building of this scope and intensity in that location. I believe that lighting has been adequately addressed. I believe that it is possible, it's likely, that the noise abatement will work with respect to the car wash. I wanted to ask, what's the landscaping or buffering or whatever of the car wash in the adjacent property? Is there any? It's right up against the fence, right?
It's a chain link fence.
I don't think that's okay. I don't think it's okay to put that use smack up against your neighbor without an attractive wall or landscaping. So that location is not acceptable to me. I couldn't make the findings with regard to that. Landscaping. I agree that it's better to go up than out if you also provide habitat and, whether it's barn owl boxes on the roof or significant landscaping on the site. I don't think I see that here, do I, Alex? Or do you think there's a big increase in the volume of green and tree? Or significant?
They're adding a lot of oak trees.
So you think that could be a significant help?
The oak trees are considered
Oh, I think oak trees are
the
great.
anchor, right? It's considered like a
An apex
keystone
tree,
or
yeah.
whatever, a keystone plant
Right.
for attracting wildlife.
Yeah. With respect to the green screens, I like the idea of greening those walls. I do not think that is a good way to do it. I don't know that down in the Baylands you plant ficus all over it and let it climb, but I think that landscaping should be simpler. And we didn't talk about what plants might be plugged in there, but I just don't believe that that's feasible or likely to be habitat useful or any of those things, but I think it would be possible to plant those walls significantly with plants that would be useful, judging by the number of bird's nests I find in the vines on my walls. So that could be modified to be useful. I agree with you about the water bottles. I don't find the materials, I don't understand how to make the findings about muted natural colors and materials that weather nicely with this materials board. They don't match to me. It would need to be changed. It looks too bright, it looks too shiny, it looks too high contrast. So I tend to go look at the sites again the morning before the meeting just to remind myself of what's out there, because it's amazing what I forget. And I drove north, what I think of as north, on East Bay Shore, and I was really startled to see how much architectural harmony and landscaping harmony there is along that road. I mean, admittedly, the flying club is a little bright, but it's also very small scale, and a flying club could be a little frivolous. But you do see Baylands tones, you do see a lot of grasses, you do see a lot of sycamores, you do see a lot of, and we have an interesting issue here because Baylands, left to their own devices, are all marsh and very few trees, but I don't think you can, if you're going to have buildings, I think you need to have trees. So there's more harmony than I thought, which hardened my feelings that the building we see here is going to leap out in a way that I think is undesirable. So I would want those colors changed. I will also say that the Baylands design guidelines, some of them are clearly designed just for the park that we were building and our other improvements over there, but some of them clearly, equally clearly, apply to the whole place, as we all know. And one of the things I found myself thinking is, if I can go find page 11 again, in addition to the bright and shiny materials, identity signs should be low to the ground. And that, in my mind, doesn't mean you can only have monument signs on this building. But it does mean that I'm opposed to seeing a Mercedes logo in the sky as I drive along that building and that road. That needs to be significant. I don't want that element. I don't want signage up there. I want it way lower. So As to the beauty or integrity of the building itself, I do think it looks much better, ignoring the materials. I'm not convinced, in fact, I believe that the landscape architecture needs more work. I believe that the car wash needs to be visually and aesthetically insulated from its neighbor. I think they've addressed sound, but that's not the only element. When you put an unattractive, I don't mean it isn't a beautiful little building, but when you put a less desirable use next to your neighbor, you need to make it attractive. It needs to be really good looking and operate in a way that doesn't make them feel like they're in your corporation yard. I don't know. I found myself, when there's this much discussion of the location of utilities, and I found myself thinking, you know what? It costs money to locate utility boxes, but it's not impossible. It's just money. And if the council decides that they wish to go ahead with this, I would hope that they would give direction that we put significant time and energy, and if necessary, somebody's money, into doing what you need to do to have significant landscaping, screening this very tall building, and good pedestrian bicycle access. I don't know how that's done. I don't think we're there yet. So, would somebody like to make a motion? That was a rather loud sigh.
Why don't we let Peter try to make the first motion, and we'll see where that goes.
Well, I'm not sure I want to make a motion yet, but I want to just talk to my colleagues. This is the third review. They want us to give them an answer. And I don't think we're there with an answer yet unless it's an enormous list of conditions as well. Maybe it's worth asking the applicant if they want to take one more try, come back to us again, see if staff will tolerate us extending this yet another month. Because I agree with everybody that it's a project that could work. It is a handsome building. It's more a question of compatibility. And it's really a shame not to try to make it work. So through the chair, could we ask the applicant and staff what they think we should do?
So this would be continuing to the first meeting in July, right?
Well, I don't know when, but just to see
Well, you wouldn't be here.
See if the applicant would like to have a chance to try to address once more some of these concerns.
Having heard our discussion up here, would you like us to vote this up or down today with respect to our recommendation, or would you like to come back one more time?
We would come back one more time.
We're always happy to engage.
So I just want to clarify that, if we came back on 6/20, that would be very quick. It wouldn't give us any time for changes.
Well, we also would be missing two people.
So then we're talking about July 18th. Board Member Thompson would be absent at that time.
Well,
if I may ask staff, when were you thinking that this would go to council? Because they have recess as well, during the summertime, so.
Well, exactly, and because we were at 3 hearings, and, we've had some preliminary reviews on this project, the director was certainly hoping to take this project to council before their summer break. So that's, the direction that I've been given so far. If the ARB, if the applicant agrees and the ARB wants to recommend a 4th hearing, I will bring that to the director. And I would assume if the applicant's on board, it probably would go over a little more favorably.
Well, I do think it would be much better for the city council to have a positive recommendation from us.
And I do think the council definitely looks to the ARB for design comments. It would just be if there's policy concerns, then we would leave that to the council.
Well, I think that when we sit here, we assume that this is a use in a project that the council has indicated they want to have happen, and that we're not arguing that this isn't a use that should happen here. And as far as I can tell, we're not arguing about square footage calculations. And we'll let you deal with that with the city council. I think we're pretty clearly dealing with the findings that we're required to make and the fact that this is in the Baylands. I think one of the things we often deal with is the context issues, and we are still missing those elevations and drawings, which they're going to need for this further steps of this process. Is that right? Just to confirm
Yes.
that. So that's a missing piece of packet.
And the DEE findings.
And the DEE findings. And of course, we want to be sure that the many things that the applicant has told us that they're committed to doing are all properly reflected in the record. You had a comment?
Yes, if I may address the board. Before you do make your decision, again, Lyle Hudson, I think I've taken notes here today, and we see quite a few varying comments. And
Yeah,
I hope that we could come to some agreement as to what you'd like to see when we come back, because I feel like we need,
Oh,
we are looking
you're
to a
completely
direction.
entitled to a consensus, so we'll do a quick series of straw votes, and then we'll see where we are. Okay, so
I wanted to make one
Alex,
general
please.
comment as a senior member here.
Absolutely.
And I've
Just even as yourself, Alex.
I've seen, the board make different types of recommendations on this situation.
Right.
And I would just point out to one example. So there's the College Terrace Center, which was a PC zone, so it was going through everybody in the city. And the board was under pressure to move it along to the council, and it did. And we made a long list of conditions of approval. And in the end, that building had a lot of problems with color and lighting and whatever, and those were all addressed after the fact. The staff has been spending a lot of time resolving the lighting problems. The building was repainted.
The building owner's been spending a lot of time addressing those problems.
And so it just gets to the point, like, where the board was okay with the massing, but we had reservations with a lot of the other details, and we let it all sort of slide down the road. And the problem is when we do that, we don't necessarily we don't really get the follow through on there. And I think on really prominent sites, we actually do need to follow through. If it's a smaller project, mid-block somewhere, then most people wouldn't notice. But on a very prominent site, I think it's really important that we do address all of the issues.
Going through them, and the ones I miss, you can tell me about. The first one would be that black metal, let's talk about materials. So we do want you to pay serious attention to the requirement in the Baylands design guidelines with respect to colors and materials. Nobody wants them to use Corten steel, right? We don't need your Mercedes logo in Corten steel. But the black metal panels and facade are not acceptable. They're too dark. The GL2 material, which is the parapet edging, is not acceptable. What is it that you want, guys? Alex, go ahead.
With regard to the GL2, I find that it's too opaque for the way that it's currently presented, and it sort of contradicts what's in the rendering. So I could be okay with an opaque material so long as it's differentiated in some way. Right now, it seems too similar.
So you don't want it to appear to be an extension of the material below it?
Or next to it.
Or next to it. It's supposed to contrast with other materials. Is that right? Any other guidance on that material?
I had a
David?
note on.
My sense is different. I would like to see it a glazed material. I think it reduces the mass of that area, makes it lighter feeling, and I prefer a glazed material which you can back up with opaque behind it.
I'm sorry, so you want glass?
I think
You
it
want to be
should be
see-through?
glass.
I could be okay with the see-through material.
So if it's see-through, are we seeing cars?
No, it's not see-through because you're going to be looking at the ceiling anyhow. Oh, this area. Oh,
No, it's way up.
oh, I agree. Yeah, okay. It's not the one, not the center. Okay.
So are you okay with a potentially opaque material but just different from what's next to it?
Yes.
Okay.
Could we actually maybe pinpoint exactly where you're talking about so that staff understands the location?
So if you look at the back of the board, does it show on the back of the board?
So I'm looking at sheet ZA404.
It's on the board.
Yeah, it's used as part of the parapet around the parking.
And in the drawing, it shows it as very, I mean, in this.
It looks very
photograph,
different.
It looks very
But he's-
different.
But in the material board, it looks very
And
similar,
we like the photograph, not the material board.
unfortunately, yes.
The differentiation's important.
Okay, and I think GL2 needs to be resolved with the lighting.
Agreed, yeah, we wouldn't want it to spill
So those,
light from up there.
so we don't want light spillover, we don't want it glowing. Sorry. We don't want it glowing in the dark, and nor do we want it blending into the materials. We like the fact that it presents a marked visual contrast in the materials board photographs.
It's nice because it breaks down the scale. I think
It
that's why
does.
we like it.
Actually, they have us looking at the clouds through it, which may not be realistic.
Yeah.
But it needs to not blend into the adjacent materials. Okay,
Can we talk a little bit more about the black material?
why don't you do that, Alex?
I have a note in addition, but I just wanted to chat about it with the board because it might be a little different than maybe what you're thinking. So in the past, when we commented on more muted tones, especially in the iteration before this, we kind of got a beige that did not work at all. And so I guess it's a question to the board, but I wonder if it might be worthwhile to ask the applicant to maybe bring a couple ideas forward, because there's a danger if you come out with one and it's potentially not a good solution, we might deny it again. But if you come forward, because I think, the thing I like about the black is that it's bold, and it's true, black sustainability-wise is not a good choice, and in the Baylands it's not appropriate, but I think another bold color like orange or something that could be bold. Okay, I see your face. It's fine.
You're gonna get shot.
And it's
You're
just
gonna get
nobody
so
has to
shot
agree with
down.
me. I'm also the only one that loves the green screens in the back. But something that there's a potential hit or miss situation here because it's such an important part of breaking down
I'm
scale.
going to say to you, I like bright, bold colors. I have a really hard time identifying the bright, bold color that's going to work on Bay Shore with respect to the guidelines. I do believe that with great color consultants, you can get, two different shades of cattail that look great together, that are contrasty, that are natural. It could be a rich brown. I mean, there are all kinds of things that could work. But I will be opposing it if I don't think it fits in that basic Bayline.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That's totally fair. I'm
sure there's
wondering
an
if it might
orange
be
fish somewhere,
worthwhile
but-
to ask the applicant to come back with more than one solution, given that it's a bold choice, right?
Alex?
I would support that, and I think I agree with your assessment about the way the color is applied now emphasizes the horizontalness and it breaks up the massing, so I don't want that to change. I think that's all working really well. So I'm on board
And
with
there's a
that.
danger that if you go to a muted beige and a muted gray, that could all blend
I
in
don't-
together. and
No.
then-
Yeah, we agree. I mean,
My recommendation was, my thought was just lighter, not necessarily making it all the same.
So are we saying the placement of the colors is fine?
here's what we're saying. We're saying that we like the fact that they have designed it in a way that it breaks up the elements. It's not monotonous. They do a good job of handling that huge building in a way that makes a lot of changes. So we do not want monochromatic. It's not like you want earth tones, we'll show you earth tones. We don't want it monochromatic. We do want contrasts. We do want liveliness, I'd say.
We just want the black to be
But
muted.
the palette, we're not even, black, this particular black is going to lose at least 3 votes. You can count. So lively, beautiful, with these kind of massing shifts that they've managed to do here, but not this bright and shiny, and not that black. Is that fair? We're getting nods for at least 3 votes here?
The palette here is a black and light contrasting palette, but I think that you can get subtleties black and a darker gray or something like that that would work with what they're showing.
Well, I'm not convinced that you can do that and meet the design guidelines, but I think there are dark shades that could work.
To me, it's just a matter of being, the Bayshore design guidelines call for earth tones, muted colors. It's grays and, browns and greens more than blacks and whites. And I just think we have to find something that fits that design guideline. It's not optional. We have to meet the design guideline.
Okay, so related to materials, I think bringing some color options is good. I think, there are regulations on the size of the material board for us to keep. There's no regulations on the size of materials that you can bring into the hearing.
Yours has to fit in a file drawer.
Yes, but you can bring
But feel free to bring in, Stanford has come in with 4x4 feet.
So you can bring in a sample to the hearing of any size that the applicant can carry. I'm hearing no Corten steel.
No, that's a joke. It's because the Bayline, the Baylands, shouldn't joke. The Baylands guidelines talk about Corten steel as being sort of the ideal weathering material, and this is not part of the design here.
Okay, we'll take that
Would be
out.
interesting.
And then about the GL2 parapet, the photo on the materials board is more the transparent see-through look, and that's what we're going for. We want it differentiated from the...
I think we have a complicated problem here. One is it can't glow in the dark.
Yes, and the lighting as well, yes.
There's a lighting issue. The second one is that there's cars behind that, right? So you may not want to see things particularly clearly. But the third one is we like the way they have differentiated the levels and made the building look lighter and a bit more fun.
Yeah, and it helps to break down the scale with the differentiated materials.
It does,
Okay.
yes.
So that's materials.
Lyle Hudson, relating to the materials, this is now the third time that we've gotten the same, we like black, we don't like black, or no, we don't like black, we do like it, we don't like it. Maybe there's a way we have a working session, because this sounds like that y'all want to be included in picking colors and materials, and we'd like to be able to accommodate that, but I'm just not sure if we come back with, maybe there's a way to do this collectively and get through this and not just kick it down the road and let the city council, manipulate the findings the way you're doing it. So I want to be.
I could appoint a subcommittee to go consult with you about color options.
This is a big part.
I don't think it violates the Brown Act.
I think if we're headed towards, if we're headed towards a fourth hearing, if we're headed towards a fourth hearing and we bring options to that hearing, I think that serves the same purpose.
All right, I leave it to staff. But I assure you that we don't want to pick the color.
I think it's a great idea, Wynn, to let maybe Alex and Ozma just work with them a little bit more.
If the city attorney doesn't object, if staff could work with Alex and Ozma, who I will temporarily appoint to a very temporary subcommittee on the issue of materials, that would be great. The city attorney does object, she can figure out a way to let it work.
Do you need a motion to do
we
that?
will ask.
No, I'm doing this. I have an authority to appoint this committee. I know that, because I sympathize with the confusion. All right. Landscaping, green screens. Oh, first, okay, so I am still concerned that there is a better tree than a western redbud to be used in Palo Alto, because my experience of them is that they are pretty sketchy some of the years, so I would like either better evidence or a better tree.
Can you point
Yes.
to one that you like, Madam Chair?
No, I don't. But we have really skillful people on the staff. And if staff could work with applicant, and the goal is it has to be clean and tidy. It can't provide, a danger to pedestrians or bicyclists. You don't want undesirable insects. But we want as much year-round
Evergreen is what you are.
biomass as we can get there. And if there are more than one tree, that's fine. And if they, often in many places, we want deciduous trees because we like trees that show what the season is, or it provides good lighting. But in the case of this building and that street, I want trees. given the and, may have to keep pruning them. I mean, I realize we've got many problems, but trees. The goal here is that when I drive down that street, when I get close, drive up the street north, when I get close, I think, oh, there's this beautiful dealership there, and look, it's a Mercedes dealership. Not that I see the sign from a great distance or that it drags my eye away from everything else that's happening.
So you're discussing the street trees on
They're not
East-
exactly street trees. I'm talking about the Bay Shore frontage. Whatever
Yes,
is on the Bay Shore
East-
frontage.
East Bay Shore frontage, yes.
Bay Shore
And-
frontage.
And we're looking for evergreen trees, and do we
We're
have,
looking for green mass.
and do we have
Do we
a,
have a consensus on that?
do we want to do a
Okay,
straw
Alex
vote?
disagrees. Okay, Alex, let's get this hashed out quickly.
So my understanding with the redbud trees, and there are a whole bunch of non-native ones, or like United States native ones, but they're one of the last trees to drop leaves, and they're one of the first trees to leaf out, so I don't really understand the comment.
Just
I'm saying maybe
I've been
like,
looking at some red buds recently that are very stick-like, but, good documentation, that, I'll be convinced.
they are stick-like, they're not really large canopy trees. I think of them more as like an accent, more of an accent-sized tree.
Do you think there's room for anything bigger?
Like 15 feet is nothing, right, for a tree. So I don't, and when you get into like evergreen trees, it's even fewer. You have far more choices with deciduous trees than magnolias.
My other concern, just to bring to the board's attention, is meeting the 50% shade canopy criteria. So if we eliminate those and we put in evergreen trees, we won't be hitting that
Oh, I don't
mark.
think we're talking about firs. I don't think anybody's going to argue for that.
Or we go to a non-native and we shoot for an evergreen there, but that's why I was looking for some direction. If you had a penchant towards something, we're happy to plug it in.
Completely covered with what, Chinese elms now or something?
Yes, which
Yeah.
are non-native, and they were hacked, but they still look cool.
There are London planes across the street, and then those can be pruned,
They can be pollarded.
Yeah,
so
in France.
yeah. So that would be, I would think that maybe that's possibly an option.
They don't look that great.
That could work. I mean, actually, it would strongly tie it into the rest of the trees out there. Most of us think they're native, and they could be maintained to be, I know it's seasonal, but they could be pretty spectacular, and they're French.
Okay.
Well, there's a California, for our California sycamore as well, but I think typically the London plane is specified here in Palo Alto.
So should we do a straw poll on the trees?
Is there any support on the board to insisting on keeping the existing trees?
I don't think we have the power to do that, because I don't think that I don't think there's a design that preserves the trees and the bicycle path without a big change in the design.
They're also doing a huge grading project here, which doesn't really help the survival of existing trees.
Yeah, and I think the council, if they wish, could address that issue and say, you need to put a path through right here or there. But I don't think we have that power. And I think those trees are very much at the mercy of PG&E. I think one of the things that's happening here is that as we shift to indoor parking, we're losing some of the canopy trees that we had before on these sites. I mean, right now it looks like a woodland. So I wouldn't be able to support that except as a comment to council. I mean, I do think the bike path is really important. Anybody else?
And I'll support Alex's comment about the trees, then the ideas towards things like the London plane trees, I think, are the right direction to go.
Yeah, so trees that are they're as big, as significant as possible. If they're deciduous part of the year, that's a legitimate trade-off for good cover the rest of the year.
I just would hate to spec a London plane tree and have expectations not met, because the only way that they actually look good when they're pollarded is when they're above 12 to 15 feet above the ground, and then you have a mass above there, which is almost like
So I
a
have
tree
a
wall.
question. I have a
Yes.
question. What about the landscaping between the edge of the PG&E easement and the building itself on that frontage?
There are grasses between, as the understory for the redbuds, between the trail and the parking lot. And then between the building, our building is right up against the PG&E setback. So anything that we have underneath there is again limited to 15 feet.
This is what's driving me bonkers. That's why I wish you were 3 feet back.
So the landscape plan is on L3,
Right.
and there does look to be some space outside of the easement.
That's what I thought when I looked at it one day. But
So there are four trees proposed in that area.
in those little finger projections, right?
Yeah, there's a live oak.
Is that where the oaks are?
There's one
Sorry, is that where the oaks
live
are?
oak.
I mean, where we can, we'll absolutely add some canopy trees, but I know the civil engineer has been adamant about underground utilities as well, so.
On your site? I'm
Yes.
talking about close to your building.
Yeah.
I'm talking about close to your building.
Yeah, there are BMPs in there as well for storm drainage.
Maybe it's something the subcommittee could discuss. No, I mean, like, you know how you were saying that
We
a
can't have
little-
more than 2 people think about it. We can't have more than 2 people work with them.
Right. That's,
Anyway, this,
Well,
I
why
guess
don't- why don't
this
we
is just
look-
the expressing my frustration point of view.
Let's find another tree or trees to mix in, and if they're not natives, but they meet kind of the
We will consider them.
objective, then let's plug that in, and hopefully you're open to that, because it's tough to find all of, I've got many masters, and I want to please you all.
Let's not do design by committee, but let them come back.
You come back with it, but the standard that I'm thinking of is that we want significant softening of that prospect with landscaping in various places, so that when I go by there, I do not feel overwhelmed by bright, hard surfaces, but I feel amply buffered by green things in
Okay.
those places. All right.
That's fair enough. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Next. Alex, you had a comment about the curved ramp at the corner?
Yeah, that's just a minor detail.
Well, let's get it out. Just, you'll talk to staff about that, or you said it was odd?
It's very unusual. Has transportation gone through that really carefully?
Transportation has looked at the plans, but what particular sheet are you referring to?
Well, it's right at the corner of Embarcadero and East Bay Shore. And it's just the connection of that to the proposed bike path is unusual. Anyway, I think this is like a minor detail that staff can resolve. I don't think it's a board level
Okay.
issue.
All right. Have we told you enough about back wall landscaping or backside landscaping? Do you want more thoughts from us on that? Are you clear?
Can we be clear on these green panels on the back sides of the building mostly? I feel strongly that those are very inappropriate.
think I'm-
Because they're
go
too
ahead.
busy and
I don't think they're functional.
And
I
dysfunctional.
I don't think they go with the Baylands. It needs to be something much more integrated and something that's much lower maintenance.
I want to second that.
Can I just comment
Yeah.
on that?
Yeah,
Because that
please
was
do.
one of the things that we had a communication with the Audubon Society about providing incidental habitat as well. And that was something that we felt like we could participate in and provide some habitat area. I walked next door to Honda and saw the nesting swallows up inside the canopy area and causing problems and dropping and everything else. So one of the things that what the Audubon Society and I discussed was the opportunity to use the back half of those green screens as they angle away from the wall and be able to provide a horizontal area that they, we wouldn't provide the scenario, but would give nesting opportunity and a place to do that. That seemed to be a nice option that we were looking at. I am participating tomorrow in the review at Building 20 to look at how they do that and how we might incorporate those. I'm fully happy to remove them all and put it back the way it was, or I don't think that it's a good opportunity to have green growing up from the ground, and that's why we have the planters at the top of the space. Those are our BMPs that we treat the water from the runoff at the top up there as opposed to sending it back down. So this was a continuation of doing landscape on that wall. I'm perfectly open to it, but I will tell you that that was one item that was looked at from a design standpoint and a habitat provision.
Let me throw at you
That's all good.
an attempt to sort of architecturally explain my thought process here. If I were traveling through the Italian countryside and I looked across one ravine to another, I might see an old stone building that climbs up the side of a wall. It's fairly large. And you might see a bunch of landscaping growing on or integrated with that building, which feels really integrated into the landscaping. And if you got into it closer, what you'd see is that the walls actually step back. They make places for pockets of landscaping, pockets of other parts of the building within the architecture itself, the way it climbs out of the ground even. What you have here is a 30, 40-foot tall concrete wall, and now you're trying to decorate it with some landscaping. And what I think you need to do is get a little more modulation in your architecture, your building, to then allow all these wonderful things you're talking about to take place. That's what I think we're asking for by integration.
And the original proposal last time was you can see the planting areas up high at the roof deck area that we do have there. We've kept it low because we didn't want to have cascading plants over the side to look like some errant window box. But it's serving multiple purposes for habitat as well as softening that edge and treating our water. If the desire is not to integrate the wall and the landscape with and we were kind of given direction that we wanted not to see your building at all, as opposed to sort of that transition. We kind of did it both ways. So again, I understand what you're saying, and we're trying to work with the board and the concept. And I am not one for application of element or application of ornamentation. I will not do that. I won't suggest to my client that we do that, and that's not what this is. This has a very specific purpose and a use of why we angled them away and why we did them the way we did. The heights can be adjusted. We played with that a couple of times, but again, they were very purposeful. They mimic the louvers that are on the side of the building at the glass in gesture as we translate from Bay Shore to the back of the building. So that was our anticipated transition. Certainly not the same element, but a simple vernacular of the louvers, and they're not movable, so I should probably indicate that. But again, we're here to absolutely, whether it's a committee or we ask for a vote to move us on, we're comfortable either way, but I just want to make sure that we get some clear direction, because it just kind of sets us up for not being able to, you to be able to recommend one way or another, and us not to be able to satisfy the concerns of the city.
Okay.
I will, yeah.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ozma.
Well, I do think maybe not all of our heads are in the same place here, because I actually think that part of the building is pretty awesome. I like the angles, and I like that it's kind of architecturalizing the landscape. It's not trying to be landscape, it's trying to stylize it in an interesting way. And now that we've heard that there's this relationship with the swallows that it could have, I think so long as it doesn't get VE'd out, that was actually my only note here, that because it looks like an applique, it looks like it could be something that easily is just taken out later. But I think I agree with Board Member Balte that, VE is value engineered, where,
I know that now,
Okay.
but I don't know if the general public does. You don't want it cut out as a cost-saving measure.
yes, which we wouldn't want to happen. But I kind of agree that, I like them there. I think the building greatly benefits with them there. Without them there, the building's a lot harder to look at. But if there could be, it sounds like maybe, and correct me if I'm wrong, Board Member Balte, but you want something a bit more integrated rather than something applied to the facade?
Yes, I suppose integration is an important aspect to that.
So Alex, do you have any comments on this aspect?
Generally, I'm in support of the green screen. I've used it a lot, and we've seen it on a lot of projects here in town. And to me, it's all in the details on how it's done, because it can look really tacky or can be beautifully integrated into the building. And I haven't seen enough yet to see if it, to make the finding that it's, or to make to see that if it's actually integrated well into the building. Like the mounting brackets, if there are end caps, how is the edge that's projecting out from the wall, like how is that supported? Because normally there would be a big mounting clip. So, but I'm in support of conceptually of the design that you have today.
David, do you have a comment on this?
Well, yes. I feel that as a rain screen, it could be done many different ways. That you have a series of bays in the back of the building, and with transparent material on top of some of them and other more solid. And you just ought to really integrate the idea of how those planted areas work with what's above it. I don't see the reason for it being a separate rain screen off the wall. I don't know if the Audubon Society ought to be telling us which way to put those on our buildings here. Maybe I'm not familiar with exactly how they function entirely, but if they are off the wall, then the screen could be related to the bay and answer Peter's comment here as well. And it really ought to start from some base. The base is clearly black, and we have these rain screens kind of hanging over it. And the pattern really doesn't have any meaning to me at all whatsoever. I think if you have it, the more green, the better. So do it bay by bay by bay and follow the pattern that you already have.
All right, so I favor greening these backsides. I think I'm very skeptical about, I'm glad I'm not trying to garden this. I think that they are tricky to do and tricky to maintain, but that is your choice as to whether or not you are comfortable undertaking that. And if you believe that you can maintain it, I believe you can. I think that Alex is right, that really well-designed materials and finishing and plant choice, which would be more about what has a good habitat value than anything else, I would support that when you came back with it.
I think we're moving towards a real opportunity here to make some suggestions and to refer this. We're happy to do that, not only with the colors, but with this. If we make it as a non-louvered, green screen, adaptable wall at every other bay or something like that, allow us to manipulate that and do that and use that as a simple condition of approval. And I think we can get there, it sounds like. I think we're all, this is kind of what I was hoping,
I think you can get there. I wouldn't argue for us kicking it out today. I'm sorry, we're just not going to go there. But yes, most of us, you have at least 3 of us who believe that some kind of screening application that has good habitat value, you consulted with the appropriate people, you figured out how to maintain it, you're good.
Can I ask, how do we then get, if the staff is said that there isn't a guarantee that we get an additional meeting? What is the, I don't want it just to be a...
Then the director will just take it to the city council, right? Staff? Yeah. They'll just say, we don't care. We've heard enough from you. But we would like to get it finished at this level with the details straightened out.
That's why I'm saying if we could do something and conditional it today,
And I'm
then
telling you
everybody's.
that I don't have a consensus on that. Thank you.
I will clarify, just to clarify your interpretation of what you're hearing from us on the green screen. I don't think anyone wants less green on
That's
that
correct.
wall,
Yes.
right?
Yep.
So if you were to have, because I think what you have shown in your renderings is, it's nice because it's a good percentage of your facade on the back is green, and I don't think we want any less than what you're actually showing right now. So,
good point.
Because I heard you say take it away from one bay and put it somewhere else, but like that would give you a big hole that doesn't have green. So I just wanted to clarify that I think we're all in support of the amount of green you have there, and
At a minimum.
at a minimum. Yeah.
Okay. Anything else?
We do have some green screen on parking garages in town. You might want to look at VMware and also Stanford Shopping Center. And then there are lots of smaller applications that you'll see all here downtown, like on University Avenue and High Street.
Well, also the city garage at the corner of, what is that? It's the street that dead ends into Apple, the Apple store. It's across from Avenidas. What is that?
It's not Kipling, it's the other one.
It's the other one. What is it?
No. No.
No, it's just a little dead-ended street. Tasso? No.
No.
It's a minor.
It's okay, we understand, Apple
Yeah,
Store
but
and
I'm sure they
University.
can show you, but that's an interesting green screen because it's completely overwhelmed the sculpture in it.
Oh, you're saying the Bryant?
Wall. The Bryant.
Oh, you're saying Bryant, this across from the senior center.
Yeah, Bryant
Okay.
has an exuberant green wall with bird sculptures. This could have real birds, we'd be really happy. Anything else, folks? I think we've given our direction on the big issues. We have a group of 2 people for staff to consult with. Yes, Jody.
So I think we've talked about colors and landscaping on the car wash. Do we have that page, Sheldon? We just wanted to show you on the car wash that right adjacent to the car wash is a solid wall, but on most of the perimeter, it would be that open fencing. And so is that acceptable that it's just solid by the car wash itself? Or do we still want to look at that further? The perimeter fencing is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, if you look at sheet 408.
It's hard to see, so we can get, some more images in the next set as well.
So that shows the exit of the car wash.
Excuse me, I'm still looking for sheet 408. Which sheet is it in the packet?
It's 408, CA 408.
I don't see the
Okay. Well, the other sheets just say existing fence to remain. So I was presuming that it was all chain link.
the shade.
Yeah, I think the idea is that the fence would remain, and the reason for that is the footings of the solid wall would impede some landscaping, so that to get more landscaping, maintaining that fence was a better option.
And I would say like at least in the plans, like the coffee berry is like a 10-foot plant and there's only a 5-foot, there's like a 5-foot landscape area and there's a footing and then there's like a 2-foot grade change. So I think that that's all, at least in the set that I was looking at, it didn't seem resolved yet.
So there's the
And
planting
then-
that's proposed wouldn't fit. Is this what you're-
And then also too, I just want to comment on the,
Excuse me, Al, before you finish, so were you saying that the coffee berry wouldn't fit in the indicated space?
yeah, it's like a 10-foot plant in a 5-foot
Yeah,
space.
so those
And there's a
problems-
footing for the car wash, presumably. And then also, there's the
Where's the plan?
existing chain link fence. And part of it has barbed wire, and I was wondering if we can remove the barbed wire, because that's not allowed in our, it's prohibited in our fence code.
So what's anybody's view on the side of the car wash, or the frontage adjacent to the other commercial property there, not the Baylands exposure? I'm trying to find a good,
Well, the plan on 003 is,
yeah.
you really can't put the car wash anywhere else.
No, I'm not arguing for relocating the car wash, but isn't that,
So there's space between the car wash and the fence to the neighboring property.
and is that landscaping I'm seeing?
Yes. Couple of,
Or is it a whole
Yeah.
bunch of bushes?
mhm.
So there's all these little, there are all these little bushes shown on sheet 003?
Yeah.
Yeah, we have a 10-foot setback there, so we're set away
Okay,
just
so
the way.
there's
just the
ample
way we're
room for
supposed to.
landscaping there.
For
Absolutely.
landscaping, but
Yeah.
yes, absolutely.
Well, that's what I was asking
Absolutely.
staff, and that's not the answer I got earlier, I didn't think. And the plan shows what, is that where the coffee berry goes?
I don't think it's 10 feet. I scaled, yeah, I scaled it yesterday, and I didn't get 10 feet.
All right, then let's confirm that we think it should be 10 feet back, perfect.
Yep, it is.
Okay, we're going to specify that it's 10 feet back and should be landscaped. Well, we're not going to argue, settle that here, they say it's 10, I'm going to go for it. If it's less than 10 feet, then we need to figure that out. Are we talking about the same property line? Well, but there needs to be sufficient space for adequate landscaping or attractive fencing. Yes, we need to wind this up. Okay, anything else that we need to say or can say? We really need to go. Yes, Jody.
I was just making sure if there were any other issues, but I think we're good.
Would you like us to continue this to a date certain? I'll move that we continue this to a date uncertain. Can I have a second?
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? It passes 5-0 if staff wishes to do something else. Thank you for your patience. I know these aren't fun hearings when you're dealing with a complex project, but we appreciate that it's in a very sensitive area. Okay, next item is a public hearing on 375 University Avenue, recommendation on applicant's request for approval of a major architectural review to allow renovation of an existing 13,000 square foot restaurant building, formerly the Cheesecake Factory. It's exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act in accordance with guidelines section 15301, existing facility. May we have the staff presentation, please?
So this is the, yes, as we mentioned, 375
And this
University.
is Emily Foley this
Yes,
time.
hi. So this is an architectural review application. They are updating the facade of, as we mentioned, the former Cheesecake Factory. There's no change to the FAR or the overall building height. And as I'll get into a little later, on the rear, they have added a new window and light fixtures on the alleyway. The site's located downtown in the downtown commercial with pedestrian and ground floor combining district zone. It is between the Grapevine and Paris Baguette restaurants on University Avenue. And there are retail and office uses in the surrounding area. This item was previously at the ARB on March 7th as a preliminary application. Graham Owen was the planner at that time. If you recall, overall, the changes were perceived as an improvement. However, the was a need to look at additional modifications in the alleyway, and I will get into the changes that have been made to address that. This is the site plan. They aren't changing the building footprint, but they have applied to divide the space into 3 demisable rentable spaces. On the exterior, they are proposing to obviously remove the Cheesecake Factory branding and make it more generic to accommodate a variety of potential tenants. The proposed material includes a stone veneer, which is a light color as seen from the samples, with a darker color acting as a base at the bottom. The stone veneer wraps about 14 feet around the sides, and then it transitions to painted cement plaster in the same general color tones. There's also metal awnings added to the front, along with that kind of grate pattern and at the top of the building. This also shows the rear elevation, which has the window where the Cheesecake Factory logo sign previously was, as well as adding 2 light fixtures to the alley. This shows the side elevations. The height of the building is not changing from what is existing. The project is generally in compliance with the required findings. However, there is no landscaping proposed as a part of this project, so finding number 5 for landscaping may need to be discussed. And then in terms of the urban design downtown guidelines, this is considered a place alley. And so, as previously mentioned, they are adding a window and light fixtures on the alley, and they are also going to be able to store the waste bins inside the building and not have them on the alley. As previously mentioned, this is exempt from CEQA, and staff recommends that the ARB recommend approval to the director.
Thank you. Has everybody viewed the site?
Yes.
Yep.
Everybody has viewed the site. Does anybody have any extramural discussions to disclose before we proceed with the hearing?
Nope.
No?
May we hear from the applicant, please? You have 10 minutes after you spell your name.
All right, I'll do it quickly. My name is Stephen Olhaber. It's spelled O-H-L-H. Do you want me to start again? O-H-L-H-A-B-E-R. I'm from C2K Architecture. It's great to be back in front of you again. We were here a couple months ago with a pre-application meeting. I don't know if you remember it. We got great feedback at that time, so I think we were trying to address a couple of the items that were brought up, but for the most part, the design has just been further refined and basically kept as we were with the pre-application, except for a couple modifications. Would you like me to go through it for record again, the presentation?
Only anything that's changed, I think.
Okay. So the existing Cheesecake Factory building did encroach over the property line. It did have an encroachment permit on there. And then working with Public Works and planning, the building has been pulled back so that the facade is in line with the property line along University Avenue. One of the other comments that came up was about dumpsters on the place alley behind the building. All dumpsters are currently inside the building. They were with Cheesecake, and they will be going forward. If you do go to the site and take a look at it, the dumpsters that are out there are not part of this project. There is an inside service yard that is enclosed behind the rolling gate on the back of the building, and that's where all the recycling and trash and composting will happen. Also on the service alley side, there was a comment if the building could provide a little bit more lighting to help enhance the service alley. We did comb back through the site. There is a street light back there, but we are proposing to sort of downlight sconces, one at the service alley and entrance right by that, and the other on the other side of the building where there is actually another entrance. So we're adding 2 light fixtures to the back of the building to help add to that service alley presence and make it a little bit more appealing, but not overlit. And apart from that, we did do a minor refinement with the base detail. As we got into looking further into the details of the, yes, thank you. Please keep going forward. There we are. This is good. So one of our charges was to take a look at the base detail for the building. So looking at the character of the building, it's a very modern building. We're using very rectilinear forms. One of the things that we think is very neat about the detailing is how we have these sort of steel portal frames that go around and create the openings and frame the openings into the building. And looking at the base of the building, we decided to keep the base in plane with the stone up above. So the effect is that the stone itself recedes right by the steel edge. So we have almost this perfect insertion right by it. And to play the difference in materials is to use a reveal in the base stone so that the top stone comes down, it stops at a point. There's a reveal in the darker gray base stone, and then it continues out to the same profile. So when all that returns back to the steel, we have a very clean line. We don't have any overlapping materials, and it looks like almost the whole building has been machined to fit together. Rear windows? Oh, Roxy just wanted to point out that the rear windows actually in an earlier version of the building were existing where they are today. So we're sort of bringing back a little bit more of the presence of the prior versions of the building. I'm happy to move the materials. Does anyone want a closer look? I can. Okay.
Come up here, please.
Okay, so the stone on the base that you're handling now is a flamed granite. It'll have that texture on it as well. The stone up above it is a variation of a Mexican limestone. This is the color palette for the stucco, cementitious plaster repainting of the building. The body of the building will be in this P2 color. The accent is P3. You only see that at the back, and what it's trying to do is duplicate the idea of a base around the back and the alley side and give it a little bit more a base to the building. What you see here is the underside of the main awnings out of the front. The intent was to try and provide a little bit of a natural woodier tone to sort of soften up the experience as you walk underneath the canopy at the street level. And then this is the painted steel structure. This is sort of a mock-up of one of the window frames, sort of in progress. But the idea is to sort of bring up more of a bronzier color, a dark bronze than a pure black. And I think even in the original presentations, we weren't even going pure black. We're trying to pull out some of the red tones that we see in the stone and we see in the paint colors. Sorry, this goes underneath the base? That's the base, yeah. Correct. Yeah, it's almost like the base will be 11. This is the accent at the back. And the rest of the body is that color, is this color here. The top will be, all the dark colors will be matching off of that. Okay. What I was just explaining was where the different paint colors go. The P3 color, which is the darker of the two paint colors, is only in the rear alley area, and it acts as the base for the building, trying to mimic the stone that we have on the front. The P2 color will be the body of the building, and again, that color is chosen to sort of work in harmony with the new face stone that happens on the primary elevation. So we have sort of a cohesive looking building from a distance, and as you get closer to the university side, you then can see the stone elevation. Oh, that's a good point. One other part of the packet that we wanted to show, there was a comment about the fire department connections on the front of the building and making sure they're within the 4-inch projection as required by ADA. So what we're doing here is showing you a cut sheet of a fire department connection that has a 4-inch maximum projection.
Thank you very much. Is there anything else you'd like to tell us before we open it up for public comment? Any public comment? For the benefit of the microphone, Mr. Rapp likes the project. Anything more from staff?
I did want to reiterate on packet page 79 in the staff report, this alleyway is meant to be a place alley, not just a service alley. It is meant to be, a gathering place for pedestrians. So we are, in a sense, trying to clean it up. And so any comments you have related to that would be helpful.
I have one comment for staff, which is on page 88, it says, the existing trash facilities in the service alley will need to be brought into the structure to meet current stormwater standards, but I understood the applicant's architect to say the existing trash is handled in the building, that the unfortunate trash receptacles that we see in that alley are not from this building. They are from other buildings. Is that correct? Correct. People are nodding their heads, so that is yes. So we should correct that item in the report on page 88. So that we don't cast aspersions on an innocent building and its owner. Okay, questions or comments before we...
To staff, could you address, please, the plans show that the sidewalk is being replaced. Can you confirm if that's the case?
So the issue with the sidewalk is that the engineering department determined that the existing pavement was in good shape and did not need to be replaced?
No, the sidewalk will be replaced. It will be city standard, similar to what is in front of Design Within Reach. And it will have, just the basic gray color with the brick trim.
Which, if I can editorialize, will go very well with the building. It will go very well with the building, the sidewalk, the restored sidewalk. Thank you. So all right, we've clarified it on trash, we've clarified on the sidewalk. Anything else? Alex?
Yeah, I had a comment on the light fixture, the one, I think it's F1, that's mounted up high. So I think my comment is, can that be...
Alex, could you refer me to a page?
Yes, so exterior lighting is on on the front. Okay, so it's sheet A320. Yes, fixture F1. So the cut sheet says it can be either uplight or downlight. And I was wondering if we could do downlight, or I guess my question is, if you wanted an uplight.
Yes, you could. The intent is up, down.
You want both, and staff can correct me. I think we're trying to discourage uplights. In our performance standards, maybe the performance standards don't trigger in this particular location because there aren't residences nearby. But I think generally we try to discourage uplights. Although if you can go around downtown and you'll see them. So anyway, that's my only comment. We'll see what the other board members have to say about that.
Peter, any comments?
Thank you, Mr. Rapp, for bringing forth such a nice project. I think this is really high-quality materials, high-quality design, and I'm sorry you had to wait so long to get your turn. But I can fully support this project. I have one change on the findings, just the verbiage of, on page 84, for finding number 2, the last sentence, height of the existing building, it improves the existing streetscape, et cetera. I'd like to say the height of the existing building and by incorporating design techniques typical of older one-story commercial buildings on University Avenue. It's just justification for the design. So that this whole finding would then read, the area is comprised of various commercial, retail, and restaurant buildings, 1 and 2 stories in height. The proposed project maintains the overall feel of existing streetscapes by not changing the height of the existing building and by incorporating design techniques typical of older one-story commercial buildings on University Avenue. That's it. Thank you.
I would agree with my fellow board members. It's a really nice project that you have here. I don't really have very many comments. I think I made a comment back in the day about it, but I'll ask again. The storefront that's facing University, are any of the fenestrations high up, are they operable to release hot air? Nope. Do you guys look into that at all?
Yeah, the building is designed to reuse the existing MEP systems with the appropriate economizers to bring it to code. So there wasn't really any demand for making those operable. It seems like kind of an interesting feature, but there really is no need for it in the building and how the mechanical system works.
Okay. I still think it would be nice, but I don't need to fight anybody about that. It's just more passive. It'll save you more energy, probably, if you have it, and it doesn't sound like it would compromise the design at all. That's my only comment. Oh, for uplight, I could kind of go either way. For trying to reduce more uplight, the building will still look really nice if that fixture shows down. So that's where I'm at.
David, Board Member Hirsch, do you have comments?
No, it was basically the same question about the lighting. If that fixture allows it, it could be somewhat uplighting as well as downlighting, but I don't.
Okay.
I wouldn't emphasize the up, but it might make an interesting feature out of it to have it both up and down, but mostly down. That's about it.
Okay.
I like the project very much.
All right. I like the project too. I'm glad to know that the trash is fine. I'm glad to know that the sidewalk will be changed. I agree with Ozma that buildings are much more charming, let alone efficient, when they have windows that are operable in the upper story. And if you can add operable windows without compromising the HVAC, I would be in support of that. On the up-down issue, staff, are we indeed trying to eliminate uplighting? Or reduce it?
We're not, near an airport or other things like that, so there isn't a true regulation, but, most cities are always trying to reduce uplighting to allow the natural sky to show through.
There's something in our performance standards about uplighting, and the issue that's not clear in my mind is if the performance standards are required in this particular location.
So the performance criteria talks about minimize visual impacts of lighting on abutting or nearby residential sites and from adjacent roadways. So it does discuss roadways.
But that's not, okay. Yes.
I think, and Roxy has uplights on some of your buildings downtown and others and CHOP, and it does look, and it is attractive.
Right, at the
I'm
corner
just-
of Bryant and University where
Yeah,
Keene
and-
is. I like it, especially at night, pedestrian walking down, to be able to see the column. I wanted to make the column stand out. I would lower them a little bit. I think the architect has a little bit higher. I wanted them a little bit lower, like maybe 3 feet lower. And then we have them in the sidewalk to shine up on the
Right.
column. So I think it really causes some interest. It makes the building safer when pedestrians walk by. It's not dark. So we plan to leave those on.
All right, thank you. Well, that brings up an interesting point, because I tend to agree with the owner that those light fixtures, if they are indeed going to shine up and down, would look good a little bit lower, so they have more building to illuminate. So I'd be in favor of letting staff and the applicant agree on what the height of those light fixtures should be. I note that there is good pedestrian seating right next to this building on the corner, therefore it doesn't need it on the bench. Not that I am letting go of my drive for mobility downtown. I had one other thing. Well, it can't have been that important. Oh, what about the windows? So Ozma and I believe that upstairs windows in a facade like this, at least some of them should open transom style or casement style or whatever. So if in the future somebody wants to let the hot air out, they can do that. Any thoughts? Do we have any
Bad idea.
support? Do we have a third vote?
No.
Okay, that's a no.
I support your concept, but I just don't see the architectural findings to support insisting on it. I agree in principle.
We would
but-
just say it was for sustainability.
Yeah, it's more of an energy savings
but I
and
think
also
the-
future
The
functionality.
HVAC system is probably a lot more efficient if you don't mess with it by opening the windows. Just leave it alone. That's what the engineers will tell you. They've told us in the past.
And you guys always believe the engineers. We've so noticed that. All right.
The other problem with operating windows, I don't want to say I'm anti-restaurants. I just feel that we have enough restaurants downtown. But so next door, the larger space is going to be a non-restaurant use. Beta's going in there, which has all the latest technology, et cetera, which I'm very excited about. And I wanted to get a bookstore, but because of the length of time, I lost them. And as you know, retail is really hard. So I am talking to a very exciting use, which is it's called the coffee bar. In the daytime, it's coffee with health food and things like that. And at night, it becomes a wine bar. And when you have food, it's not good to have windows that are open where the flies can fly in and everything. So
Thank you.
anyway.
The other thing with natural ventilation is humidity. So I've worked in a naturally ventilated office, and it had the benefit of skylights and windows on two sides of the building, and having that was really critical in trying to keep the building cool. But even then, once you put people in,
Yep. We generate our own heat.
especially with restaurants, less so I would imagine with retail, but it just, even if you've got all of the windows and things open, it still gets humid in there.
I think we'll accept it as given. Thank you. We don't have the 3 votes. Would somebody like to make a motion?
I move that we approve this project as submitted.
I second that.
Okay, and I'll just note to staff that you're going to correct that one thing in the staff report about they're not presently littering the alley. All those in favor say aye.
Aye?
Aye.
All those opposed? You pass. Let the record show, we didn't hold you up at the ARB.
Thank you so much. this goes in there too.
I get it, we have minutes, but we need to go. So we're going to kick over the minutes, is that all right? All right. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of April 4th, 2019? If you have any clerical corrections, give them to staff. I don't care, we have enough, we have a quorum. Let's go.
I don't remember seeing these.
Having completely lost track of
When did these get sent to us?
lost control of the last time, they're in the agenda.
Oh, it's in the packet?
Well, that's not going to work. I'm sorry, Jody. We're going to have to continue them. Have three of us read them?
Yeah.
All right. Would one of you two make the motion?
Yes, I'd like to correct, please, on page 21.
Packet, page 121.
Packet page 122. I am quoted following Alden saying it's approximately 43 feet. Then I say, I want to be sure I understand this. It's a 43-foot tall volume that's counted only once, not discounted.
All right. Any other corrections? Motion, please.
I move that we approve the minutes with that correction.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Balte, second by Lou, to approve the minutes of April 4th. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? Any abstentions?
Is that a 5-0?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, what about the minutes of the 18th of April?
Those are good.
I was not absent. I was not present, so I'll abstain.
You will abstain. Motion, please.
Move that we approve the minutes of April 18th.
I'll
There's-
second.
Motion by Balte, second by Lou, to approve the minutes of April 18th, 2019. Thompson will abstain because she was absent. The rest of you, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, none. Passes, 401. There is a subcommittee, and I will leave them to that.
Who's on the subcommittee?
Peter is. Who else is on this? We appointed it at the time.
Who got it in their packet?
Wasn't me.
I did.
Uh-oh.
Oh, shoot. All right.
You could pass it to someone else.
All right, I'm going to just let Peter handle that. I have to. Okay, I'll come. We'll get it done promptly. Are they here?
I texted them, I hope they arrive soon.
To be honest, I find that it's okay the way it's been submitted.
We'll take a very quick look at it.
It'll be a very quick subcommittee then.
Yes.
We can do it right now.
Just get the applicant over here. All right. Thank you all.
There's one other item.
Oh, yes, Alex, any reports?
So the North Ventura
Yes.
May meeting was canceled. The next meeting will be, it was done on purpose. The next meeting will be a joint meeting with the council next Tuesday.
All right.
And I think
High stakes.
it is, and so they want, I think the planning director wants council direction before they spend any time or money going down a dead-end road.
All right. Thank you. Any other reports, comments, or announcements?
Tomorrow, there's a meeting at Lucy Stern with Scott Wiener to talk about
on housing. Yes. Good. Well, my thanks to the board members for your persistence and patience and courtesy during a difficult hearing. And we will, and also during a very simple one. And we are adjourned.